detached from all things. That is why she is one of them. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do build. Keep sharpening your knife. It would be blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. So that was 5. Thank you.
Let's go to Hakima. Hakima, you want to start with number 9? I think we're on
Number 10. Number 10.
Number 10. Okay. Go for it, man.
Thank you.
We're reading the Tao Te Ching right now.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you correct your mind from its wandering? And can you keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body be calm, supple as a new child? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Vital matters by letting events take their course. Back to no man and thus understand all things. Giving birth and nourishment, having without possession, acting with no expectation, leading and not trying to control we use. Colors blind the eye, sounds deafen the ear, flavors numb the taste, thoughts weaken the mind, desire wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. Success is dangerous as failure. Your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is followers fear? Hope and fear both fathom that arise from phantom, that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the things. Have faith in the way things are. Love as yourself. And you can care for all things. There you go.
All right. Let's next reader.
Okay, you know Mojo to skip me to I'm about to walk into the grocery store.
That's fine. You're not up. It's Kristen. Kristen, go ahead.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me open it up. Let me keep it. I had to reopen it.
Okay. We oftentimes have to reopen things in the muff, but go ahead, continue.
We're at 14, right? Okay.
16.
I think we're at 14. Reach, and it can be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. To describe it, all we can describe is their appearance. They were careful, as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? He is present and can welcome all things. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart return to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion. When death comes, you are ready.
Okay, I think that's me now. Right? Yes, it's all you now.
18. Okay. So I'm sorry. Is number 18? When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, what is that? Hooked on finance. What is the word? Silly, piety. My page reloaded. Okay. Stop. My page reloaded. Okay. Stop thinking and end your problem. What difference? Stop thinking and end your problem. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value? Avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people, slowly, other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about, like someone without a home. I am like an idiot. My mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the mother's. I drink from the great mother's breast. How can her great mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? An example for all this. Because he doesn't display himself. People can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove. People can trust his word. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, everything he does succeeds. When the ancient masters said, want to be given everything, give everything up, they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. I think I'm done.
Okay, I guess that means I'm up. Accept yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there is only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open up yourself to the Tao, you are at one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are at one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. And then I'm going to read one more. Is that right? There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, and infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For the lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. There are four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe follows the Tao follows only itself. Is that it?
Okay, what number did you leave off of?
I finished 20. Oh, I'm sorry. I was on mute. I was going to go ahead. I'm sorry. I had muted myself. Let me get back into it. My bad. What are we on, 25? Is that right, or 26? I finished 25. Finished 25. Okay, so we will go into 26. We will go through 4 more, and then we'll just we'll take a break. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Thus, the master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose the touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has been freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus, the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He's ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? What if you don't understand this? You will get lost, however intelligent you are. This is the great secret. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave. You will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. I like that. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. This will be the final one. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There is a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The master sees as they are without trying to control them. She lets them go on their way and resides at the center of the circle. We'll go ahead and stop there. Unless Scarlett wants to read. Scarlett, do you want to read? We do have 10 minutes before we start the next room.
Appreciate the offer, but I'd kind of like to digest and maybe talk about what you heard, what we heard and read. I wanted to get the quote right in the chat. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? And then the second one is, what is a bad man but a good man's job?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, the PDF link is above it in the room. I wanted to ask Mojo. Can we? This is your house. I would just offer a suggestion. Can you maybe mod everybody who has read today? I think that's called positive feedback reinforcement, something like that. Okay, Scarlett, go ahead. Sorry about that.
So I get that a good man is an example for a bad man. I'm wondering how much work does a good man put in for the job of a bad man?
It's like there's this book called Tanya, and man and women have both a positive and a negative, or a good and an evil inclination. And, there is this gray zone or shadow that you have to pass through to get back to the paradise or to the good zone. So as I'll quote someone from this app, without my lived experience, I don't think taking a course on morals and ethics is going to, it's going to help you with your experience. But what I'm trying to say is sometimes you don't know if you're the good man or the bad man, but it's just of opposites. The Tao Te Ching deals with opposites. So it's a contemplation, a meditation. So again, this is like called reading a book. And I think that when you run these scripts and you have the conversations, the purpose should be enlightenment or going within self-reflection, self-analysis, and asking yourself, how can I be a better man or a good man?
Does anyone else want to answer the question? What's our moral bad people, especially since they're disinclined to be guided and shepherded? And then what is our responsibility to our innocent fellow man or men in protecting them? Or do we protect them at all? Because if they're exposed to evil, then they're more likely to be able to defend themselves by themselves from evil.
What I took from this was that it would be wrong to try to control them, and it would be pointless to try to control them, and that the teaching is your own positive actions. If you're worried about yourself, maybe you'll be an influence over people, but trying to control them, I think, is the mistake.
Oh, no, good point. I'm not interested in controlling anyone. I'm interested in the value of mitigating harm, and I don't have an answer. But thank you.
Well, if you're a good man and you're dealing with bad men and you believe education is the solution to curing a bad man, well, then you have to become the teacher or the master to the bad man who is. So this app, in a way, allows you to try to like live out game theory to a certain extent. And so if...
Did you know we did a room on game theory? Were you there?
I think so. But what I'm saying is the communication component in the game theory, to me, is extremely important. Now, if you study mythology or mysticism, Hermes or Mercury is, the god that represents communication. So I think talking about communication in a technical way is very helpful. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Kima, what did you get from it? Was there anything that stood out as something that you're in strong agreement with, or something that you'd question? Anything that stood out that you want to mention?
No, not really. Maybe I read through it again. I probably would grab it. I was doing a couple things while I was reading. I was in the car washing. I probably have to read it again.
I think my favorite line, I have a couple, but the one that really stands out, express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there's only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. Beautiful.
What is all this reference to the she, though? Like, why does the Tao have to be feminine?
Because it's a book of opposites. So God the Father is the universe. It inverts it into a woman. So there's a bar here in Chicago where I got jumped at by the first time in my life by a young African-American man. He slugged me in the face and they robbed me. And let me tell you what is on the inside of that bar where I was watching a live music band. There is a black ball in an erotic astronaut outfit, and it says, "She is God."
I'm going to have to meditate on that one.
What's the name of that bar, John?
They had to shut it down. It's renamed now. But, Alan Watts says there's a story about these astronauts who come back from outer space, and the media says, what did you see out there? They said management issues with black women in the marketplace. It's one way to essentially de-escalate the whole thing, So it's an esoteric way, I think, to manage your anger.
Sean is projecting again. Sorry, Mom.
We have 4 minutes left before we have to go open this other room and beat the other guy to starting his room. But when should we do the next reading? Do you guys want to do it tomorrow? Do you want to space these apart? I think we got about a third of the way through, so we can probably get this done in 2 more readings. Are you guys up for doing it tomorrow? You want to wait till Wednesday? When do you want to do this?
Yeah, I have one day. Do different books. Right? I always think you feel like you got time to go on.
All right. Well, then let's tomorrow and Wednesday get through this book, and then we'll start a new book. And I think it was proposed that we would do Art of War next.
Can I do a housekeeping note?
Sure, go for it.
Not at the beginning, you mentioned watermelon being beneficial, and I doubted it, but I did some research, and you're right, the seeds have zinc, which are good for a lot of things.
So that makes sense. Like, I think it does make sense actually to esoteric reviewing Black Women's Goddess.
For people who are already healthy. I didn't realize that.
See, I do read a lot about the health benefits of fruits and vegetables.
Might be why I crave it, I don't know.
Is everybody prepared to go to the other room? Should I post a link up top? So
That would be very helpful.
okay, hold on. Talk amongst yourselves while I go.
I could do it if you like.
Oh, perfect. Go for it. That's even better. Thank you.
I want to thank all the speakers. Oh, go ahead, David.
You go.
I wanted to thank all the speakers. You like made my dream come true today. Like I'm, in the kitchen having, some fruit cleaning up. I'm listening to people reading the Tao Te Ching. I'm like, wow. I'm like, I can't believe this is on automation now. So you are all, you are all the Tao. That's one thing to remember is when you read the Tao, you become the Tao.
But if you are the Tao, then doesn't that mean you aren't the Tao?
Well, I think it's like a script. It's essentially when you read, in the Buddhist perspective is that you create the universe, with your thoughts. So if you're reading the Tao and you're really focusing and you're thinking about what you're reading, it's a little bit like dancing or, jumping on these words, these letters. And like, it's the whole thing is this is an exercise in a way to try to enhance your gigahertz to a certain extent. Wisdom education, wisdom scripts is that enlightenment type of spark where I think it's just a way to like dope up your brain, and help you achieve more in the real world. But I think a lot of this stuff deals with anger management, peace, harmony, balance, joy, strength, flexibility. You could, 100 of those super positive words. So this is forced positive neurolinguistic programming. And unfortunately, this app is a toxic cesspool of profanity vulgar slingers who are gaslight, bigots or gaslight addicts. So to read a document like this, I think, reflects all on all of you personally as being the Tao. Congratulations.
All right, and that brings us neatly and nicely to our next room. I can hold on the fort because if someone wants to open. And
I will go open that, and thanks everyone. We'll see you over there.
I'm going to return some phone calls real quick because I always miss them when I'm at Clubhouse. It's my only disappointment when customers call me and they can't reach me.
Also, I want to say that a lot of people watch this YouTube live stream, and I hope that they too know that they are the beautiful Tao.
Well, I hope we earned some cool points, John. I know you were always calling us clown house and saying everyone's not intelligent and stupid and waste a lot of time on the app. So I hope we earned some cool points with you today, son.
Yeah, I felt great, I really enjoyed it. But, I think the bigger question is, did you enjoy reading the material? How did the material make you feel when you read it?
I loved it. I posted in the chat, thanks for recommending this title. I might actually finish reading it on my own before we meet again. But I don't know, that is tomorrow, so maybe not. But I probably will read ahead because it was I really enjoy the messaging behind this. It resonated with the spirit.
And it is something you absorb more, I think, the more you read it again. I had my doubts and I liked it more than I thought it would.
Yeah, every time you read it, you discover something new. It's that kind of a book because there's a lot in there. It's a large language model system, I think, in a way.
I could see how you would absorb more, also reading the written word yourself.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I have read this book. I've picked it up probably 100 to 500 times and read it, and I've recorded it into the internet. The more you do it, the more you become programmed by it, and it's a very intelligent program.
You were going to say?
Oh, no, I didn't know.
Oh, I thought you did. All right. This is going to be a fun room, I think. I think that we got ourselves a good topic. Similar topic to what a lot of people on these app are talking to. I think it's similar to the topic that Gary's going to talk about in the critical thinking forum with no chat. So imagine that we get to have a conversation on the stage, keep the chat open, and we're not requiring anybody to go to Facebook to be able to communicate with each other in a written form. So I think that we have all the advantages, all the bells and whistles, everything that we need in order to have a good, stimulating conversation. Welcome to the room, everyone.
Hey, Rod, I do want to say this about the last room. That was the longest I ever spoke on Clubhouse without being interrupted. It felt kind of good.
Yeah, well, hey, maybe if we all embrace the Tao, there'll be less racism, and you won't have to be such a victim.
Hey, Kiva, that's something I interrupted you for the first time in the history of Clubhouse, Kiva. I love it.
Let's see, I gotta ping a few more people in here. We've got 6 more minutes. You guys want to shoot the breeze? Go ahead. Say whatever you'd like to say. Oh, look at 2 T's is in the building. Scarlet 2 T's. Voice of an angel. I'm glad that she's punctual. It's good. Maybe a geosite site, huh? Maybe. Jarl, you're welcome to come up here. Even though you're Canadian, we'll probably want to hear what you have to think about the National Guard bringing order to D.C. I need to figure out where Anson's at. He can't really do this room without Anson. Not properly, anyways. Anson led the slave revolt to exit the critical thinking forum. He is there he is. That's my guy. All right. Hey, welcome, Christy. You've made it. You're on time. We've got about 5 minutes before we get started. We really like to get in here early. I also wanted to point out that this house is growing very, very fast. There's over 600 members of this house, and this is the second time we've done a room. So everyone pat themselves on the back. I'm going to go ahead and mod up my friend Anson. Again, we'll just kind of shoot the breeze, keep it casual, and for the next 5 minutes. Christy, you might want to stick around for a bit because you know how the chat's not open over there. It'll allow someone like yourself to more fully participate in the conversation if you stick around here. So you'll be able to contribute from the chat. So we've got some enhancements over here. We're taking advantage of the entire tool set that Clubhouse has enabled us with. So feel free. Anson, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Looking forward to the conversation. I'd like to offer a guideline. I know everybody's not here yet, but I'm going to go back to is there a problem, and get agreement or disagreement that there is a problem. And then if we all agree on the problem, then we can have different views on what the right solutions are. If we can't agree on the problem, then that's an issue in and of
my view, the problem, starting at 10,000 feet, so to speak, are our cities clean enough, safe enough in general, particularly our big metropolitan areas? Are they the kinds of cities that normal people want to live in? And I believe that there is a patina, a haze, a smog over those cities involving crime, cleanliness, respect for individuals, respect for authority. I think that is a problem that needs to be addressed to make our metropolitan areas, even our small towns, cleaner, safer, more acceptable to normal people, that they would like to live and flourish in such communities. So I believe there is a problem in D.C. where we need to clean D.C. up. It is our national capital. Does it need to be cleaned up more than Chicago? Is it clean enough, safe enough, or should we do better to clean up D.C.? And I think we should. That sets the stage for the room, and that's where I'll start from. Yes, we need to clean up D.C. Now let's figure out a way to do it. And Trump has offered a way to do it. We can agree or disagree. And I sure hope that we get the most progressive will be when somebody, a woke asshole or a communist, any more than I want me calling somebody a Nazi or all those other things. I hope we can limit our characterization of ourselves and others as liberals and conservatives and not go on to the super extremes of accusing a person's position as being super one way or the other in a disparaging manner. We can sort of stick to liberals and conservatives without all the flaming rhetoric, and I hope that we'll be able to find some agreement. Yes, there is a problem, and yes, this is the right way to go about doing it, or the wrong way of going about doing it. I hope we can come up with a consensus when we reach the end of the room. Thanks for letting me share.
I love it. I thought that was an excellent way to start the room, asking the question, is there a problem? And I think there's a problem. I don't spend time in D.C., but I do spend time in big cities, and I see crime that is not dealt with. In fact, some cities will allow people to shoplift. Homelessness is out of control. Drug use is rampant, and they've just lost control. And there's a couple of choices that we have. We can continue doing nothing, as we're doing now. We can do what Trump's doing, where he's mobilizing the National Guard to try to solve it and be a little more heavy-handed. Or we can loosen the restrictions and roll the dice and see what happens there. I think the good news about this, and I'm open to hearing all of the critiques, is that Trump is making his attempt to clean up D.C. I think that there's going to be some negative externalities that come from this. I think there's going to be some positive externalities that come from this. And most importantly, I would hope that as Americans, we would look at the negative and the positive and weigh it honestly, rather than just allowing our partisanship to determine or predetermine whether we think that this is a good thing or a bad thing. Again, if we can agree that there's a problem, then somebody's got to come up with a solution. And if the solution that Trump is offering is not what you like, I would welcome people in this room to offer up a solution that they think would work.
I really wish I could try this night and look at their run city just to flip the script. So you don't have the expectations of me, someone like myself on the left coming up to her and saying, oh, there, no, bad Trump, dictator Trump. I don't like. I think people, it's like this knee-jerk reaction. I think people are underestimating the role of police. It's not just about catching the bad guy. I mean, most police departments, urban police departments, populations of similar to DC, which I think is like approximately 600,000 or more, have a whole dedicated task force specifically to address gangs in their areas. Because I can assure you, the average beat cop has no interest in interacting with gang members. They want to get home to their wife and kids, husband and kids, partner and kids, whomever. At the end of the day, there's a whole different kind of training that they do for gang task forces. So I think it's like, all right, great, let's bring in a National Guard. So they're all going to just scoop them up in their really pristine, clean uniforms. Who is the National Guard going to go around talking to people? Going to try to get somebody to work with them, try to get somebody who knows the head of the gang, or who knows what whatever activities are going on. I'm just using gangs as an example, but it's far more than just getting the bad guy. It's knowing the streets. Like the National Guard does not know urban streets and how to navigate within them. It's just not their training. It's not any disrespect to the National Guard. They, of course, have their own special skill set. So I think we are absolutely opening Pandora's box here to send in the National Guard for any type of indication that whatever city's violence or crime is out of control. Send in the National Guard. Send in the National Guard. It's a bit of a knee-jerk reaction. I don't know, and I don't know if there's anyone here who can speak. Anson, I know you have a strong military background. I don't know if anyone can speak with the legalities and logistics. I know DC is a very unique, district because it's technically not a state. Obviously, he told me similar stuff in the LA situation. ICE had sent them there, but I think the governor was able to overrule that. So I don't know how it works with DC, but I'm interested to see what folks' perspectives are. Again, I urge you to look at this not from which side of the aisle you're on, but as a matter of practicality. And sending in the National Guard, who love trained law enforcement who know the streets better than anyone.
I want to say this real quick. I think this is important. Like some of you guys said, like they think it's to be found. So this whole we need to do something about violent crime. I mean, this country has been doing something about violent crime for the last 25 years.
Well, just to counteract that, the DC, the police, they were cooking them for the crime reports. There was it came out recently that actually not reporting all the they get bonuses. So, yeah, I wouldn't really trust the stats that they're being published by the police force in DC.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, and I don't know enough about DC to get into the specifics, but typically in a city, if a mayor wants to get reelected, they will work with a police chief that will report less crime, so the crime statistics will show that crime is down, and if the mayor is in good standing and needs to get budget for police, then the crime stats will go up, and everything's reported so they can get the budget to be able to hire more police officers. So the collection of stats, of criminal stats, is, once the methodology hasn't changed, and if you do a quick little search, it looks like the methodology in DC for collecting crime stats has dramatically shifted since 2019. I don't have enough information to know whether or not it's more accurate, less accurate now. I don't know. What I can tell you is that when you're comparing crime stats from one methodology to another, there's going to be a difference. Again, what that difference is, I don't know. I'm not an expert on that.
I want to say real quick, the Metropolitan Police Department, U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI, all with the data, all showing the same trend. All three reports showing the same data.
I just posted a NBC article that reports that one of the police officers was actually suspended for cooking the data in DC. So you can check that out.
Hey, this is John. Moderators, I would like to tell you the prompt that I put into Grok and then the response I got with regards to this question.
Go ahead.
So my prompt was, hey Grok, how should President Trump deploy the U.S. Reserve military forces, Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard to U.S. sanctuary cities? Asking tough questions on Clubhouse. This is Grok's response. John Kitover, President Trump could invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy reserves for supporting ICE in mass deportations and securing high crime areas in sanctuary cities like New York City or LA. Focus on coordination with local compliant forces, prioritizing public safety and legal enforcement, while minimizing civil unrest. This aligns with his executive orders against jurisdictions shielding criminals.
That he's not outside of he's not over his skis legally, is what Grok is telling us.
We had started this conversation earlier, Anson, and I was curious about the crime data because there is some extra credit for. Also, I asked Grok 3 questions, and the link is in the chat for people who are curious about consistent with that data, but it also depends on what crime are you talking about. They didn't have the jaywalking stats available, but they did have property theft and homicide data. Thank you.
Don't you guys think like Trump responds to the so-called
No, Rich, I'm not taking your call, dude.
National Guard, say that the numbers are what the data that given out the U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, and the police department. It just deploy National Guard and then say it's fake without no evidence. Like you gotta do something. You can't just say it's fake. You can't just say that. You can't just say it.
I don't know. Are we saying fake? Or are we saying fudged? Because I think there's a difference between outright hyperbolic data and them edging it to make it look better or worse. Thinking of Mark Twain's "There are lies, damn lies, and then there's statistics," and how easily we can be influenced by numbers that are technically accurate but don't paint the whole picture.
I mean, it should be on Trump to paint the whole picture. Like, the numbers are the numbers. You should have to show the violent crimes that require the National Guard. Like, other than his words, I mean, I'm not going to see it. I'm not saying people on social media talking like saying it's not like that. It's up to him to show that opposed to sending the National Guard.
Right, and this will be my last point, and then I'll mute up. Akima, I understand your concerns, and I actually share a little bit of them. Our military is trained to kill people and break things. Those are their 2 primary directives. So coddling spoiled, entitled, brat Americans who will go up to them and spit in their face and scream racial epithets at them like we saw during the Black Lives Matter protests, they're ill-suited for that gig. So I do share your concerns that there might be civil liberties violated in this, and Big Balls from Doge, who was beaten up after trying to intervene after seeing a lady attacked by a group of teenagers, and he was severely wounded. And now I believe there are skid well soon Big Ball signs all over Washington, D.C., because that's where it happened. And I'm not surprised that Trump is protective over the Doge team.
It was over an attempted carjacking.
Significant issue in all of our major metropolitan areas. So I still believe that more action is needed to clean I am very hesitant. It's not bad enough that active duty troops need to be put on the streets. No question about that. And I challenge whether or not it's necessary to put the National Guard on the streets. But I do think that the competence of the entire legal system, the competence of that system needs drastic improvement. We should never have cops that let teenage gangs run rampant. They should not allow that to happen. And yet, it seems to me, from what I'm hearing, that is a huge issue. But when the cops take action to not allow them to run rampant, then they have to be backed up by a strong prosecuting office to find a way to prosecute teenage gangs running rampant. And then we have to have judges that don't allow them back on the streets to run rampant again until sufficient rehabilitation and corrective action has been taken. So I think that whole circle of law enforcement in D.C. and other major metropolitan areas needs to be tightened up. Now that doesn't mean I'm asking for stormtroopers and kangaroo courts and prosecution for 10 years in prison for jaywalking. No, that's not exactly anything like that. But I do believe that whole circle of law enforcement needs to be tightened up. And when I listened to the press conference today, and the new judge, I've forgotten her name, the new judge was talking about that, how they need to strengthen the enforcement of existing laws with the cops on the street, more competent cops, willing, able, and allowed to do their jobs and do them legally, and then backed up by the prosecuting system and by the judges, so that this laxness, this malaise, this smog of crime and unsafety, and I'll include the homeless population, though. I absolutely, when Trump said we're going to clean it up, we're going to clean out all the homeless, where are you going to put them, Mr. President? I have no idea. So I'm hesitant to endorse the National Guard being out there, and I would be watching them carefully. And the National Guard certainly does not have, I don't think they have arrest powers. All they are there to do is back up the local police to make sure the local police are not overwhelmed by some gang or something of that sort. So I'm willing to tolerate that for a while until I see it. And I don't think we saw that in LA. I don't think we've seen that at all of the National Guard. I'm not going to get into ICE agents, but in terms of the National Guard in LA, I have not heard a squeak about the National Guard causing acting like stormtroopers. I think they've been pretty successful in backing up the cops, and we haven't seen more problems in LA than we've seen already. I will appreciate feedback on that observation.
Your point is, the district attorneys, they don't support the cops who do arrest, criminal people. Like, they just catch and release sort of issue, and there's no prosecution that occurs.
I just want to say, guys, first, in New York, I mean, routinely in the papers, a person getting arrested, and he has 20 plus violent crimes, that he was arrested for in the past. So this is a major problem in sanctuary cities. In the other room, they were discussing this too. But they started off, is Trump sending the National Guard to D.C. because he's afraid of Epstein, of the Epstein files. So I quickly searched for a room. Good old Mojo Raja has normal concepts of how to arrange a room. That's ridiculous, the Epstein concept. And I'm glad I'm here. Nancy, I agree with you once again. Prosecution.
Again, it's cops, prosecutors, and judges that all need to be tightened up in the interest of safety and keeping our streets and cities the way normal Americans would expect their cities to be operated.
Well, I'll be interested in seeing what local residents have to say about this. I mean, I haven't watched any live videos all day. Probably won't be able to do it until later this evening. So I'm curious to know what the local residents have to say, considering that some reports are, as we stated here in another room, that the crime is not as bad as this administration would have us believe. The crime rates have dropped over the past year. So what locals feel compared to what local politicians feel with their reaction to Trump's military deployment. But another thing is this, no matter how we feel about President Trump, him using using the federal government to take charge, maybe he feels like this situation is out of control, and this is the answer to it. And me not living there or having visited the city, D.C., I don't know, right? All I can do is just support our president.
Do they have like the San Francisco issue of like human poop on the sidewalk? The crime statistics aren't. I think we should want big, great cities to be beautiful and prosperous and safe. And again, I don't know if this is the right step, but does anybody disagree that we should have beautiful, prosperous, clean, safe cities?
I think the poo map that you can check online was perfectly terrible, meaning that it exposed a problem in a comical way, and I believe it's still active. And when you click on it, the demographic is brown, the visual. So yeah, I think we should have clean streets, and I think Washington, if we have to pick one area of our country to be the safest, I'm going to pick Washington, D.C. over any major city because the tourism, the people that go there from across the country and across the world, it's vital that our jewel of the shining city on the hill is appropriately clean and washed.
Yeah, cities should be clean, graffiti free from homeless people, free from liberals walking up and down the sidewalk passing out free crack pipes to the drug addicts.
By the way, is this an illegal alien issue also, or just local criminals that he's cracking down on? It's got out of hand.
Is it possible that he has information that we don't have, and then maybe there's threats that are emerging that he's not telling us about?
That's a factor I hadn't considered, but since we just celebrated the 1-year anniversary and I'm almost dying, I think we should do it.
It's 100% possible. I just state from my perspective as somebody who's worked in the media for a long time, I get these tips from my colleagues in legacy media. You know, they work with mainstream outlets, AP, NBC, et cetera, et cetera. And oftentimes I'm given information and other folks in the media that, hey, what's being reported mainstream nationally is not what's actually happening behind the scenes. And, you know, I've had a number of instances where, you know, it's 100% possible that Trump has information that we may never have. Or if we do get it, it will be some whitewashed version of what's really actually happening behind the scenes.
Hey, this is John, and I'm on the dc.gov website looking at the 2025 year-to-date crime comparison. And, you know, there's in 2024, it says that there were 2,100 violent crimes total, and in 2025, 1,500, down 26%. Only 112 people got murdered there last year, and 100 this year. 110 sex abuse cases, only half this year, I guess because the Democrats are gone. And assault with a dangerous weapon last year was 667, down to 534 this year. And robbery last year was 1,300. This year, it's 900. So 900 robberies this year alone. And if you've ever been to DC, I mean, that's a lot of robberies. I mean, why is any of this even tolerated, or why is all of this happening in every major city? Because if we were to really look at every major city's total crime stats and contemplate that, you'd shit your pants. You'd be like, I can't believe this is happening nonstop in every major U.S. city. Why is society and why is reality like that throughout the whole country?
Well, in Illinois, there's a Congressman, Illinois state congressman, tabling tabling an act or resolution that attacking police is not a crime. So you can imagine. No respect for the law. Hence why there's more criminals. No one respects the law, and the law is not respected. Any form or any way. So people just do what they want to do. People do how they want to do. So what's the law going to do? What is the law? The law is the people of the country. You are the law. Each and every one is individual. You make the difference. So we need more people standing up and speaking out and saying what they see and what they don't see, and just creating more awareness constantly. You know.
Yeah, it's a symptom of a low trust society instead of a high trust.
So how do you gain that trust is the question. You gotta get in there, get down with the nitty-gritty, you know, and then see what's really going on, you know, step into the light, from just for light, you know, the darkest corners of the town. And and you get me, don't give no to this space. You know, at the end of the day, the world is changing, everyone's putting stuff everywhere, so you don't even know if you're coming, you know, everybody's, you know what I'm saying? So it's more of a reason to do so, you know. You love your country and you want peace and you want to keep the peace and you want to maintain that peace, then so it's logical to just do what's right. And what's right is not according to the law. You know, it doesn't matter where you're from or what country you're from or what background. It doesn't cost nothing to respect and appreciate, you know, freedom or whatever you've been given to be. You know, I think people forgot that's the best thing but it's far away from the simplicity. So, yeah.
Yeah, speaking of trust, trust is built from the baseline, which is punishing the robbery, thieves, murderers, and the lawbreakers.
Definitely face the business of us, you know, coming from, but not enough people do. Everybody's scared. There's a lot more people being criminalized. Yeah, that. And time to live in it, everybody's hiding in the wrong place. So it's more of a reason to get in there and to get aware of everything. And then having the same mindset and awareness and educating people, knowing what's what and needs and characteristics to work out for, you know, some people.
Victoria, what are your thoughts on this? Oh, hold on a second. Lucas, I think you're in the matrix. Either I am or you are. Was Moose in the matrix? Yes. Okay, got it. Victoria. Are we getting hit with the matrix? I know Moose got hit.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, got it. All right. Well, Victoria's not here. I wanted to get her thoughts because it's interesting. But if anybody else, the fellow mods, Anson and Moose, Victoria has shared with us on multiple occasions that she has been to this situation to brief presidents on what matter. I'm not sure, but I'm thinking that something like this, perhaps she would have the type of insights that the rest of us don't. So I'd really like to hear from Victoria when she gets a chance.
She's been on mic for a while. Oh, maybe she's back. Victoria, are you there?
It's year over year. It's not a comparison to other cities.
You are back. Yep, we hear you.
You can compare it to other cities, and that's called,
the presidential brief expert to chime in. I think it was Hanson that said earlier that, was it Illinois that does not consider attacking or assaulting a police officer a crime? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, that's right.
And this is a new law, you said?
It's being tabled by a congressman.
So it's tabled, which means it's not passed yet.
It's not passed yet.
Oh, okay, because the way you spoke earlier was that it was passed, which is very misleading.
Yeah, not yet. I pray that Illinois have some senses, still have some senses remaining in their heads.
Any idea what the grounds of that would be? Because if you attack any individual on the street, that's assault in pretty much every state, let alone an officer.
You can ask that guy.
That guy?
Obviously, I think, yes.
What guy?
The congressman who tabled that, act or suggestion.
Table means to put it aside? Proposed?
Correct.
Okay.
Table?
Yeah, that's why I was just asking for clarification.
It's not proposing.
Yeah, because that even seems kind of wild for a democratic state. I mean, I don't even see how anyone on the left would get behind that.
I'm going to ask a little bit more detailed question. Is it okay to spit in the face of a cop that is trying to enforce the law? And the second question, is that illegal or is it legal?
Actually, just one quickly. Yes, you're right. The table proposal means postponing. Yeah, no, that's not what I meant. Thank you for questioning that. Actually proposing the proposal that the attacking, assaulting a police officer would not be a crime.
Maybe it has to do something with the hierarchies of power. The police have power over the individual who isn't a police officer, and they're thinking, but that can't be assault.
I'm wondering if you mean it's the difference between a felony and a misdemeanor.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be a misdemeanor. Are we talking about spitting or attacking an officer, which are very different things?
That would never pass. I don't even think we're talking about
Let's not even give that idea any more oxygen. Victoria, I see that you're in chat. Are you back and are you in a space where you're able to talk? Roger was asking for his opinion earlier.
Wait, Moose, you think attacking a police officer, a physical assault versus spitting are not the same thing? You think spitting should be deregulated?
I didn't say it should be deregulated. I said I don't know anyone who's gone to the hospital for being spit on.
I mean, some people have, but that's an edge case. The biggest thing is it automatically a felony? Right now, I think it is in a lot of cases to a police officer, an official to spit in their face. It can be straight up charged as a felony instead of just a misdemeanor civil disturbance. So I think that's the difference. Whoever's talking about a law right now, I think that's what they're trying to change. So it's a lesser penalty than actually being a felony.
why should going to the hospital be a factor? I mean, you could slap someone in the face. It's not going to go to a hospital. We should have respect for our police.
Exactly.
I wasn't saying that it was. I was just using that as an example to show the harm that typical spitting would bring versus physical assault. I agree. I am very much against any interference with an officer, spitting. You can say whatever you want. All you do is speech absolutist here. You can say whatever you want, although I think it's odd that some of you take issue with what someone telling an officer to F off or give them a finger, because you can certainly bring no physical harm or saliva to their face. I don't have a problem with that. It's free speech. But spitting, I say, is going too far.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. I'll say this really quickly. It should be a federal charge, right? Can you imagine if they ease back on this law, the number of progressive blue-haired lunatics? They're already throwing boulders and stones at the ICE agents in LA when they were protesting about a month ago over the ICE raid. So can you imagine if we said, oh, it's just a slap on the wrist, you can spit on the cops? The number of people who would be spitting and hurling loogies at cops. Spitting is disgusting, whether you do it on a cop or a civilian. You should be charged with the fullest extent of the law. Go to jail for the weekend, for all I'm concerned. No, we shouldn't ease up on people who want to spit on law enforcement. Sorry, God.
Akima, do you have a response to that? I'm really interested. To what y'all just got to talking about? Yeah. Do you think spitting on a cop is a violation of law and action should be taken legally if someone does that? Spitting on a cop. I think that's pretty common sense. I don't think nobody disagrees with that. I mean, of course, that should be crime. Great. Good. I mean, that's because I'm sure that there's somebody that feels, at least some people at least feel that that's perfectly all right because the cops are doing absolutely outrageous things, even though they're doing it in accordance with the law. They're doing outrageous things, and therefore spitting on them is a form of protest that should be acceptable. I don't agree with that, but I'm sure there's some that feel that way.
Yeah, I agree with you, Hanson. And actually, I like to call out when I'm wrong. I stand corrected, as Jarl put in the chat. I forgot that is true. Somebody carrying any sort of transcommunicable disease, and spit in your eye, in your mouth, could actually end up being lethal. So that was a bad comparison. But regardless, I still say spit on the sidewalk. If you really feel the urge, I don't know, maybe spit on their car tires, but do not spit on another cop or another human being. Unless, if you're playing baseball and chewing tobacco in the dugout.
Let me ask you a question. How are the police reacting? I haven't read anything about that. In a real good world, the police would work together with the National Guard. So how are the police reacting to the National Guard?
That's an excellent question, Jules. It's like, what message does that send? It's like, move over, boys, ladies and gentlemen in uniform. The president has coded that interrogation, even though we know nothing about constitutional rights when it comes to making said arrest, probable cause, all that good stuff. But let's get the National Guard out there. So I'm curious, are there folks that are, I think Nye, you might be the only one who said, how do you imagine the National Guard making a difference?
Let me explain a large city that's near me, Seattle, where the anarchists had taken over several city blocks, and the police chief and the mayor basically the police officers to even be able to do their job, and they didn't have the back of the officers on the street. So I don't know what the sentiment is for the officers that are in DC, but I can tell you that the sentiment of the chief of police would allow them to do their job. And so again, I don't know how DC is ran or what the perception is among the force. I don't know what the perception is among the people in DC about this, but I can tell you specifically, even in left-leaning Seattle, during the whole Chaz Chop thing, there was a great many people that would have welcomed some assistance, somebody to have the gumption to come in and enforce the law. In fact, many of wants to work in Seattle as a police officer, knowing that you don't have the support to do your job. So I think that's something that we should consider.
Wrongly questioning the need for the National Guard, or should the Guard come in. Is there any evidence of the National Guard doing untoward things in California? The National that's a current example of what 700 or some whatever 1,500 National Guard went in. I have not read nor heard of accusations against stormtrooper tactics or whatever against the National Guard. Is there evidence of the National Guard doing anything other than being in a support mode to the local police and protecting the local police as they go about their legal duties? Any evidence that the National Guard has gone beyond that and have become stormtroopers or whatever?
Not that I've read. I don't know if that question was directed to anybody in specific, but I haven't read any stories about the National Guard.
Instructions the National Guard are getting, they're just not going in blind. They have to have instructions on what they can do, what they can't do, what their role is, what their role isn't. You just can't. That's why I checked off I don't know in Mojo's question. I'm not sure, because there's a lot that goes into play. You just don't bring them in and say kill, shoot to kill. There's got to be some working together and kind of cooperation with the local police. Well, I would offer the suggestion that if the National Guard, and for lack of a better word, I will call it stormtrooper tactics, if there was a hint of the National Guard having done that in California and Los Angeles in particular, I am sure it would have been headline news. If they caught one guy on video, beating somebody up with a baton or punching him in the face with the butt of his rifle or something like that, I'm sure it would have been headline news. So the absence of any significant reporting on misuse of the National Guard, other than the fact that they're there and they're backing up the police, I'm sure we would have heard about it. But again, if anybody's got evidence that the National Guard has done anything other than be a force behind the police to guard against attacks against the police while they're executing their lawful duties, I sure would like to hear about it. And in not hearing about it, that would lend my support as evidence that the National Guard has gotten the right briefings and they are doing the right thing out there. It's been 35 years, a little longer than that. But, when I graduated from college, within 2 years, I was a shore patrol officer walking around and I was just a straight line officer, no particular training or anything, but I knew how to be a shore patrol officer with two sailors behind me carrying their billy bats. I'm walking around with a 45 pistol, and I felt comfortable in that kind of role. I knew how to act. I never had to do anything seriously. But again, I'm sure that the guard is very carefully briefed on the do's and don'ts.
Why do people police complaints about referencing a complaint about Americans?
Hell, the guard, the Uniform Code of Military
Why do
Justice.
people police complaints about
Against
referencing a
National Guard
complaint
troopers
about
or something like
Americans
that.
describing Americans?
Hanson, let's say you're right. Let's say you're right, and they're acting appropriately. Wouldn't it be nice to see local police make reference to that? That, hey, we worked with them, they did this, we did that, crowd dispersed, something nice. We don't hear that.
So does the shadow.
Do you think the local police, are held back from saying something nice about the National Guard, who might be saving their lives? I'd like to hear that. I'd like to get feedback.
I actually.
Go ahead.
All right. Oh, thank you. Just a quick second, Anson, and maybe you can reply to both of us. So I really hesitate to do always, ever, never. Because as soon as I say I don't think it's ever happened, there's only one isolated incident that, so it might happen. And then we handle it. We make sure that we have restorative justice as much as possible, that the people who are found to be guilty or appropriately.
I can't even think of examples when they were sent into backup police. Aside from maybe the Watts riots, I think the last time a president called in the National Guard, with the exception of earlier this year, Trump calling him into California, the last time a president ordered the National Guard without the governor calling him in was, I believe, Johnson, to escort Black children safely into schools that the then, I think, outspoken anti-segregationist, was it Wallace, I believe, governor of Alabama at that point?
That was Eisenhower that called him.
Eisenhower, thank you. To protect those young lives. So this is an anomaly. This is a unicorn. I really, if anyone else can dig deep way past chat GPT and see when National Guard has been called in to complement and augment local law enforcement.
January 6th.
Yeah, well, I think that was worthy.
Well, hold up. But without you asked without a governor, so they don't have a governor in D.C.
Right, sorry. So that's the same unique unicorn that I'm talking about, because they don't have. Correct. But I guess the other question is, I don't even know if we brought this up. So what does that mean to deploy them? And now he's talking about, if you've seen headlines, he's talking about sending them into Chicago. I'm not going to deny Chicago has the highest, I think, body count homicide rate annually than any other city, I think, in the country. Okay, well, it may not be the worst, but it's bad. It's bad. It came up.
And it's down year over year.
Is the city the worst?
And it's top 5. My point is,
we're talking per capita absolute numbers.
Yeah. Anyway, if I could get the point out, if the president continues to send in National Guard, and to your point, Roger, of killing the morale of local law enforcement, and then less depleting them, and then they end up leaving, what do you think, the National Guard is going to stay? No. They're a Band-Aid. So if the president continues to send in National Guard to various cities around the country, is that not taking away from their active duties, heaven forbid, when our actual borders do need to be protected?
Moose, hasn't the morale been already defeated by local judges and that let people, the revolving door of crime? That's what's doing the trick. Yeah, that's why I want to know. I'd like to know if they welcome the National Guard. That's where I'm stuck in limbo here. I don't know if they welcome them or resent them.
Well, back to Moose's original point, very few times has the president sent in the National Guard, and I'll agree with that. But there are numerous times where the National Guard has been called out, and I mean numerous, over the course of history. So I think to determine whether the National Guard has acted like stormtroopers, whether the governor calls them out or the president calls them out, take the whole picture. Whenever the National Guard has been called out, is there strong evidence to indicate the National Guard have become stormtroopers to trot on civil rights or just back up the police? That would be my counter to it's just looking at the microcosm of where the president's called out. Let's look at all the times that they've been called out and see what the statistics would be.
As far as this term stormtroopers, which we know what that relates to historically, I haven't heard anybody complain about treatment from National Guard. I have heard people complain about treatment from ICE, right? So if there's any force of the law at the moment on a federal basis has at least the impression, if not the reality, of abuse, it would be coming from, or you leave out the word abuse, but illegal actions could potentially be coming from ICE, not from the National Guard. With the National Guard being deployed in a city, is the president saying, I have more power than you? This was what was said about Kennedy when he sent in the National Guard in 1964. That was the first time that ever happened. That wasn't asked for by the governor. And you know, if you leave out January 6th for the moment, that's the only other time that's ever happened before Trump sent in the National Guard to Los Angeles. And this is a factual statement, whether anybody likes it or not. During the time that they were in LA, they were not working on fire prevention and you know, they were literally working on putting out fires when they got diverted to Los Angeles. It's about fear from my perspective, Mojo, and diversion tactics. It's red meat. I'm going to take over the city. I'm the president. I can do that. And he can, actually, until statehood passes. Which at some point in the future, you all know that, you know, sometime in the future, the left is going to control the power. And that's probably what they'll do, is they'll make D.C. into a state. They only need to pass a law. It's not a constitutional amendment, right?
Yeah, oh, sorry.
Hold on, dear. I don't want to step over your beautiful voice, but I just wanted to say that when it comes to DC, I think fighting for statehood is the wrong thing to fight for. I think what they should be fighting for is the idea that they don't have representation, and they should, if you live in DC, you should be exempt, in my opinion, from paying federal tax. That would be my take. But I think something because something we're not talking about is what was the headlines prior to this happening. All of a sudden, nobody's talking about Epstein, and everybody's talking about the National Guard. I don't want to change the subject, but what I am going to say is that the timing is very convenient.
Totally. Agreed. Hard to ignore.
Is the reason why we don't describe things that make the left active as red meat for the masses because most of them are vegans?
Say what?
Jay, is that Monica?
Of course it's Monica, yeah. I don't know where you got the term mostly vegans. That's pretty funny.
That was what we like to call humor. For those of you that got it, it landed. For those of you that don't have a sense of humor, it probably didn't land. But thank you, Monica. I thought it was great. Victoria, we were asking you earlier with your unique experience, did you want to talk about your thoughts on what's happening in D.C.? Okay, so you have no additional expertise.
I would say, like, just as a woman who lived there, felt like it was challenging sometimes. And every single day, like on the news cycle for TC, you would hear about another person who had been violently attacked or something else. So,
can I just ask, if you were to have had an opportunity to brief the president, in the Situation Room or anywhere else, would you have told him, like, National Guard, bad idea?
he doesn't listen to anyone or experts.
Or to whoever he spoke to last Victoria. It's one of the two, right?
Sorry, no. I wish that you would actually.
Our perspective is how we just.
Yep.
Fascinating. Okay. Melissa,
Daniel may have one. I think he has one of the more broader perspectives in this room.
Guys, I don't know if perspective is a competition here, but I like Daniel. And Victoria is an acquired taste, and I think with her unique experience, I welcome it here. Serendipity, I want to hear from you, but before you do, I just want to point people to the poll up above, which is very tight. It's almost equal thirds. In true Clubhouse fashion, we have participate in the poll. Anyone that hasn't participated in the poll, please consider doing that prayerfully. Thank you.
Tried to use that against Trump when he sent National Guard and forces into LA, and it is repealing that Article 740 or whatever it was that he did in order to do this in DC. I read that he can only do that for 48 hours.
There has not been an accusation of there's accusations of violation of posse comitatus, but I'm pretty sure it only applies to active troops, not the National Guard.
Well, you're true in most cases with the National Guard unless he federalized it. And my understanding was that he did.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Is it Congress or the Speaker of the Chair that passed to? Okay.
What I read was Congress, but it was like a really brief article on it. So what that entails, but it said Congress.
So just to clarify, Rod, do you think that it should have representation but not statehood, right? If I heard you right, what does that mean?
They should not have to pay federal tax because they don't have representation. I think fighting for statehood would be a silly choice. When
since we're not a state, you can't tax us.
Yeah, they don't have representation. So why would they pay federal tax?
A question of what
I think it'd become an IQ test. Do you want corrupt politicians to represent you, or would you like to not pay federal tax? It's an IQ test at that.
They vote, so that's representation.
Tell me which senators are in DC.
We're going to live there?
Does DC have senators?
He means every other state has two. Yeah, they don't have another state.
Have a state. If they were somehow able to pull that off, I'm just saying, they would end up with two more senators. Most likely going to be on the left as well.
Without doubt.
Yeah, but the point is like, again, I can understand why the Democratic Party would want statehood so they could have representation to try to ram their weird wokey agenda through. That being said, the people of DC, why would you want more corrupt politicians when you could have no taxes?
So that's basically saying no government is better than even some government, according to you. Because I heard you say the other day that some regulation is okay, just like as little as possible, but some is not zero, right? You're going to say people are better off with no representation just because they're politicians?
They don't have representation now, Daniel, but we're drifting off topic. I'll tell you what, the after party in the Muff, you could please bring this conversation to me, because I'd love to go deep and wide into this thing and call out the little magic trick that you're trying to play right now, where you're suggesting that somehow if you gave people tax relief in DC, that means that there's no government. I mean, come on, grow up.
No, I offered it as a choice, and you said if they get a choice, they're just going to choose. If they don't have the right IQ, they're just going to choose the no tax thing. I'm just simply saying that.
Well, listen, if you have a choice.
Like you said, Roger, we're getting off topic. Go ahead.
Yeah, we should get back on topic.
Just about DC.
In order to, in an effort to get back on topic, I would really like somebody in the 37%. No, somebody in the 32% that says no, they should not explain why specifically you voted that way, that they should not have deployed the National Guard. But somebody gave me an extra, maybe you, Moose.
Go ahead. Well, I shared mine earlier. I don't want to repeat, but I welcome anyone else who hasn't had a chance to speak, and then I'll be happy. My elevator pitch in a nutshell, like I said before, I think it's a terrible idea because it is, if this is the go-to response, you're going to bleed out the National Guard to cities around the country. And again, as mentioned earlier, there were examples of police departments that took this not as a, oh, thank you, so glad you're here. Quite the opposite, to wait a minute, why did I go to the police academy? Why do I risk my life out here every day? Just so, military guys can come out and do my job.
Let's get some other folks down here that can perhaps give a different.
Anson, this is John. I was in the National Guard, and I want to say that, I live in Chicago. I think they should deploy the National Guard, and I've seen interviews with National Guard soldiers who were deployed in California, and they said, this was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. I've had so much fun. So when Moose says, that's because that's the perspective you have.
Okay, so that's John and Scott explaining why they're on opposite sides of the fence. Somebody else tell me why the National Guard, with a different reason, why the National Guard should not be deployed in D.C.
It's not a problem that needs to be solved in the first place. You don't have a crime problem in D.C. in the first place. Doesn't warrant it. And second, what Moose is saying, what Moose is saying is precedent is something in law and in norms and governance and everything else, right? Whenever something's done for the first time, it's big news. Authority over the actions of cities using these federal forces. I don't think that's a good precedent you'd want a left-wing president to practice on.
I would suggest that the precedent has already been first established in California.
I mean, are you
Anybody else?
Are we ready for closing comments?
We've got about 20 minutes to wrap this room up. I think if everybody did speak, we would get to that in 20 minutes. 2Ts, do you want to give your closing thoughts? Because I would not only love to hear the thoughts, but I would love to hear the voice.
Okay, well, as we opened the room, and we had a poll in an earlier room where the choices were, yes, there is crime, and we should protect our national symbol of freedom around the world, which is Washington, D.C. There were three options. The second one included concerns about freedom and the chances of it going badly for unruly, spoiled brats in the street, accustomed to well-trained riot police contain our military, which are trained to kill people and break things. So, and then not sure, let's see. So I think that's kind of where I am. I don't don't like the idea of women being assaulted. I don't like the idea of people's property being taken. And if extra security, see, that goes where we're denying liberty, right? If we truly believe in liberty, we should let the individuals take care of their security themselves so that we don't tread into authoritarian state borders. I don't know. I feel bad for the elderly when we had all the depolicing in our country, all the calls to abolish the police. There were citizens in major cities saying, I don't go outside my apartment unless there's a police presence because I'm 80 years old. And all the
I mean, if you want crime down 80%, and that means taking out, I guess, if you want crime down 80%, and that means taking out, I guess, major criminal elements, especially, listen, I know they're going to get paid when they go on this deployment. Otherwise, they're on a monthly salary and they're 2-week, annual training. So deploy them with police, enhance security, increase our security. We're already paying for it. You might as well get some service for your tax dollar. I am complete.
Police, and please enlighten me how National Guard would protect police that are not being John, you're muted if you're talking.
Sorry. When I was a National Guardsman, Chicago had plenty of...
Again, what's lost on me is sending in National Guard to enhance and protect police because, again, they are not authorized to detain, apprehend, interrogate, or arrest. They're there for presence, clearly political presence, and not to protect the police.
Is that your opinion, or do you?
I want to jump in too.
That's my opinion. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Mark, or jump in, sure.
Go ahead, Joe.
I mean, Joe, if you have data that proves otherwise, I am all ears. I'm a sponge for data, but I haven't seen any reports that indicate that.
I just got to the room, but I lived in D.C. for 5 years. I worked for the Com Center, and we leaned on National Guard big time for protection. Don't y'all want your capital of your country protected? Come on.
You can overprotect something and harm people in the process too, Joe. And had a crime problem. Why is it going down when you're putting more resources there? Which two things, what Moose is pointing out. Number one is using resources.
Daniel, the thing that you just said to be a fact is not quite as clear cut as you make it sound. When reporting is not a direct correlation with the crime itself, and so you can have situations where crime is on the rise and the reporting says it's on the decline. You can also have it vice versa. Now, I don't have enough information to tell you if it is rising or declining. What I can tell you for a fact, though, is that if you think that crime statistics are accurate, you should talk to people that collect these statistics because they will tell you it's incorrect.
So let's go ahead, David.
I was just going to say, if we took you at face value that they're not reliable statistics, and you are generally like the lowest government possible, what is the justification if you don't have statistics that it's increasing? Is it just whatever the president happens to be hearing lately? Does that make sense?
I hear what you're saying. I'm simply pushing back on the narrow point that you were making about it's a fact that the crime has gone up, and you're pointing to the statistics.
I hear you.
Yeah, that's all I'm pushing back on. And I
justification for the use of this force in this situation. That's what your room is asking about.
Yeah, and if you notice in the poll, which right now the leading choice is not sure, you can see that I've selected, if you double check the purple icon in the upper left of my PTR, I'm not sure it's the right thing to do. But circling back to what Anson said at the beginning of this room is, and I think this is true of any room that we do on these topics, is we should ask the question: Can we all agree that there is a problem? Because if we can agree there's a problem,
problem, then we could debate what the solution is. And I would say that the problem statement that I would agree on is that U.S. cities in general, not just D.C., have a crime problem, have a drug problem, have a homeless problem, and I think we have a duty to make wise decisions to try to reduce those things. We want safe cities. We want prosperous cities. We want cities where women can feel safe to walk down the street. And when I'm visiting San Francisco, an area that I spent 40 years of my life in, I shouldn't have to stumble outside of the hotel room and nearly step in human shit. And if you don't believe that, I could PTR the photograph. That's all I'm saying.
Roger, why didn't you say sanctuary cities? I think everything starts with sanctuary cities. I mean, that got to be outlawed.
These narratives.
So can I say a couple things, short?
You certainly can, but for housekeeping, just so everybody knows, we are going to end this room in 10 minutes, and there will be an after room. For those of you that like clipping the polls, do that, because at 3:25 Pacific time, 4 minutes from now, I'm going to take the poll down, and I'm going to replace it with a room that we can go and kind of have a more casual conversation about this and other things. But yeah. But go ahead, Joe B. We've got 9 minutes.
I never take that much time. We voted for less government, but today we need more government to protect us, to gather intelligence, to be prepared for war. Like it or lump it, we're headed that way. And I would welcome anyone to debate that with data.
I love that you still use the like it or lump it. Very old school. And what we also need is a president who can actually rule for the entire country without bias, who does not continue to go after black women, like the mayor of D.C., like Letitia James, the attorney general, who had the audacity of doing her job and trying to prosecute. That's all. So I just sometimes it's really hard not to say that out loud. I'm tired of being polite. Sorry, Jules. I think I'm still talking. Jules. I'm almost done. Thank you. So,
hold on, guys.
I'm going to ignore that.
Yeah, hold on real quick. Let's show respect to the mods. The one thing that we want to do is create a space where we can talk about these issues, have an open chat where people can put their opinions. And the moderators have been selected by me to make sure that we have people that represent a more broad spectrum of politics. And if you disagree with what a moderator says, when it's your turn to speak, you can do that. But what you shouldn't be doing is disagreeing with somebody while they're speaking. That's just rude. So, Moose, go ahead and continue.
Thank you. I was just going to finish up. It's just hard not to call it out. And I'm sorry, I can't resist the elephant in the room with the Republican being the elephant, of course. It's disheartening, man. It's disheartening. Like, you've heard me in these rooms before, Roger. Like, I could give a rat's ass on what side of the aisle it is, whether it's Epstein, PDF, or have you. If Bill Clinton was in there and we could throw the book at him, by all means, let him have it. Biden, whomever. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, but it's incredibly hard to ignore when people try to play down Trump's racism. What more does he need to do aside from maybe go back to segregation? Victoria, I saw your comment in chat. Thank goodness since I graduated high school, I've been able to lose the concern of trying to have people like me. But thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna offer my closing remarks. I voted yes, they should, but I can certainly understand. I really like the poll, and it shows balance in the room. I think I'm gonna stay with my vote of yes, they should, but with a very strong caveat that if it starts looking like stormtroopers, then get their ass out of there in a flash and never allow it to happen again. But I also want to disagree with Daniel, who basically, I think, Daniel, and I'm not trying to I'm not trying to diminish your, well, I hope I don't misrepresent, but you basically said there's not a problem, therefore they shouldn't have been sent in. And I disagree with that in accordance with my opening remarks. I think it is a national problem. The smog, as I called it, across our, at least our major metropolitan areas. And yes, Jules, I agree, the smog is thicker in sanctuary cities because they perpetuate diminishment of respect for the law. But still, there's a smog across our major metropolitan areas. Something that should be done to clean them up, to make them cleaner, to make them safer, to deal with the homeless problem. All of the things that the graffiti and everything else. And I believe we still have a long ways to go in that regard. And if this is a trial balloon that shows significant progress in reducing the smog over Washington, D.C., then I'm all in favor of it. Thank you. And well done to everybody in the room. It was a good discussion. We weren't screaming and yelling and interrupting and all that. Way to go. Good room.
Cheers, Anson.
Anybody have any final thoughts? I am going to post a link to a room that's going to start here in a few minutes, but any other final thoughts from anyone?
Yeah, I'll give a quick final
Yeah, if I
thought.
may, after Julius, if I may.
Okay, just a quick final thought. When I see all these rooms broken up into two parts, one part with Trump derangement syndrome, one part who thinks Letitia James, of all people, was right, one part that thinks that Obama and Hillary setting up Trump with Russian spies, and all that. I don't have to go into it anymore. I mean, that kind of diminishes the room and diminishes the discussion. Moose, you're not a dumb guy. I don't mean to say that. So it just diminishes a good discussion on what's going on. And when I hear cheap shots at President Trump, it just gets me.
Well, Devin, you need to know that wasn't what the room was about. And maybe John Kitover can share the stream with you, and I would hope you would reconsider and listen to it, because Anson and Mojo did an excellent job steel manning people's arguments for them.
Technological unemployment, people are losing their jobs, and it's trickling down to the individuals that don't know what the heck to do with themselves and their life. They don't know how to. That could not only help with the homeless situation, with creating new jobs, but the global situation. So it's a real problem, and I no doubt understand why it's happening in D.C. first, why they're handling it there, but it's happening everywhere. And it's going to get worse if we don't solve the problem. The real problem of homelessness is growing. And there's a reason why that is, because people don't know what to do anymore. They don't, especially the older people, don't have the finances that they thought they'd have. Just a thought.
All right. Well, hey, this is the second room that we've done. We're going to do these daily. 2 o'clock Pacific time, 5 o'clock Eastern. We will have daily topics. We would invite people from all different political opinions to come and talk, share your thoughts, push back on other ideas. We want to have a conversation. We're going to keep the conversation going in another room. I'm going to go back over in the muff. If those of you like being in the muff, you're welcome to join. So thank you. We will go ahead and see you guys later in the muff.
Thank you very much. Good working with you guys.
Again, good job, Derek.
Right. No, it's not. The house is. Serenity.
Dippity.
Serendipity now.
Oh, deep in the muff. Darren's deep in the muff. Conversation. The rules do apply. If you don't know the rules for being in the muff, just click on the link above. The little rules. The rules are, number 1, no threats of violence. Number 2, no doxing. Number 3, stay on topic. Number 4, keep your shares brief. Numbers are forbidden on stage and in chat. Number 8, don't spam the chat. Number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. And number 10, English only, please. Those are the rules in MUF. All right. Everyone can feel free to talk amongst yourself. We don't really have a topic yet. This is the Situation Room. Hopefully we'll get special guests that know more about the Situation Room than we've been privy to. It would be nice to have some expertise here in the MUF as we talk about the Situation Room. Namada Nye here. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and mute up. You guys talk.
Well, if I could just say that last room was listening and learning, absorb information.
I so agree with you.
Hello? Okay. Is anybody,
What the fuck is this?
This was one of the best ideas I came up with of doing a room.
Oh, yeah.
This singing along shit.
5 days a week, the same bat time, same bat channel, get everyone together of all different political persuasions and just have an honest conversation where the chat is open and people are free to communicate. I think that's the way this app was designed. So thanks for participating. It was a glorious time. Anonymous, go ahead and jump in.
Hey, this is Anonymous, and I'm happy to be here in the Situation Room in the MUF. And, I keep trying to create my own in the MUF situations, but I forget that the MUF, apparently, to the MUF owners of this app, it's a profane word. You can't say the MUF. Who would have known? But I feel like there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And everybody needs to get a little bit of sun in this room, some vitamin D, some exercise, some hydration, some delicious Summerfest food. Crime is rampant. Wait, please, Jane, don't unmute. I'm not finished with my thoughts. I understand, but I'm not finished with my thoughts.
Go back and forth.
Well, Jane, go ahead. You know what? You got this, Jane.
I wanted to ask you if it was okay. I want to ask you, John. Are you friends with Zach Ruda?
Yeah, I'm friends with Zach Ruda.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, I hear him use profanity, but what's your complaint? Yeah, what's your complaint about Zach Ruda? Oh wait, is that a dox? I'm sorry. Situation Room. We need a clarification on the rules.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, drama.
Hold on. Rule number 9. You don't bring in drama from other rooms. I don't know what Zach Ruda has done this time, but I can tell you he's an acquired taste, a taste I've never acquired. So it is what it is. Let's just move on.
Okay, I just was going to ask that. So I'm in sync with you, Mojo. Thank you for letting me know, John, where you stand. Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye, Jane. So, this is my new account. It's called Anonymous Recording because I feel like why pay a monthly subscription fee to Clownhouse when I can just create a new profile called Anonymous Recording and still record all these beautiful rooms into this account and other accounts. I don't know. I was just trying to come up with some type of new creative. And I feel like creativity is the essence or the center or the source of wisdom. So I think, Mojo's a very creative person. And I think, his profile, the rooms, the content, the topical, Clownhouse really is like the butterfly effect in a way. But this is Anonymous. I am complete.
Well, now it's not anonymous if you just told us who you were.
Option of replay or no replay. And the consensus amongst the people that would come to these rooms was that the preference preference was no replay. And if we're going to turn the replays off, somebody coming in and streaming it was a bad idea, but that's all in the past. The app creators decide hands, and you allow them to do whatever they want with the content. And so because of that, it changed my mind completely. Not to mention, once it did change my mind, because sometimes you just have to accept the world the way it is. And once I accepted that, I started looking at this content that I now have to accept and embrace. And I looked at it and I thought, you know what? The streaming of Amir's room, where there's a collection of terrorist sympathizers, some of them perhaps terrorists themselves, is now being streamed, and you could take those links and you could share that with the FBI and the CIA and any other agency. I think the service that's getting provided here, it was something that I overlooked. I thought my own personal preference and, people's preference to have a room that's not recorded was my virtue, that was my superiority complex. But now I'm embracing this idea that if you're going to say these things, they can get recorded, they can get streamed, and they can find their hands in the authorities. So if you're a terrorist piece of shit, you should be careful on this app. And if you're not, John Kitover is here to expose you.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I don't know if that violates any of the room rules because, I am putting myself at risk that, some Islamic jihadist terrorist who hates me for recording what they're saying on this app could become a problem for me. But, the bigger problem is really 37 trillion in funded liabilities and 100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. I think that poses a bigger threat to my personal livelihood than some fat loser in California or Detroit, who runs their little takfir room, So I'm just saying, in the Situation Room, my peace, my serenity, my breath, my force of life is here with you all right now.
Thanks, Beth. Thanks. The only thing I would recommend is just for the people who are unfamiliar with Dear John. You're interrupting.
Oh, hi, Scarlett.
Oh, I did not hear you, Dismal. I will let Dismal continue.
I can't hear you either, Dismal. You gotta fix your mic.
Maybe my bad then.
Yeah, in this case, yes.
Okay, that was anticlimactic.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I would just say, you are facing potential lawsuits, sir. That you understand that. But that is something that could
You mean
actually,
anonymous?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Kitty on the stage.
In Illinois, which is where he is running for office.
Dismal, hold on. Let me just get my thoughts out. I'll refer to you to rule number 5 of the House. If you don't know the rules, I can read them to you when I'm finished.
I don't know. You can see I have a pink ticket. I haven't joined your house, so I haven't read your rules.
We welcome pink tickets. You're in the muff. Pink is always welcome in the muff. I just want to make this point, though. If you live in a state where you have the permission to record
single party,
yeah, you can have single party permission. So there are some states where you do have to have permission of both people involved. That being said, I would say this is one of those things of I'd be curious to see how it would play out even in a state where you need both parties' consent, because I would argue that if you're participating in a conversation on a social audio app willfully when there's a button that says leave quietly and people are telling you, hey, this is being streamed onto YouTube, if you continue to be in that room, I think you're going to have a really hard time when it comes to deposition that you've been harmed in some way.
It's also partially a public space also, so that's the other end of it.
I wish the rules were the way they used to be. I wish I had more control. As libertarian as I am, when it comes to my own space, I want to have more control. If this were my living room, I would have rules about communication. If somebody were to just come in and say off the wall shit, I'd probably remove them from my home. I like to have that kind of control of a conversation. I'm just saying that Clubhouse made the change that shifted the balance of power, and it shifted my perspective on it. It also, before anyone that thinks that what John is doing is a bad thing, I would ask you, is there a value in him recording rooms with people that are supporting Islamic terrorist groups and broadcasting this information and saving this information in the cloud and sharing it with law enforcement agencies? I mean, I think this is a public service. And again, you guys got to understand, there's not a single human being on this app that was trolled harder than I was by John. And so, like, me coming to this position and welcoming him into this room, it's because a lot has changed. The app has changed, and then that forced me to reconsider my position. And when I looked at it from a broader scope, I started to see some value in it.
That's a refreshing thing to hear, if I might jump in.
I'll go after Jane.
Yeah, please do, Jane.
Sure, thanks, Scarlett. Yeah, I also, I'm according. I think that anyone who I mean, I want to be more friendly than this, but if you didn't already know, people could fucking
on it, that people know that they might be recorded in here, even though they're always recorded, and their words may be used against them. Like, I agree with Jane. This is season 1, season 2 stuff. People have been illegally recording us since the inception of the app. To act virtuous and offended now seems like the lady doth protest too much. But go ahead, Dismal.
Yeah, I will be the lady who doth protest too much. Maybe I'm actually the only lady still left here on this map.
You can make that assumption.
Pardon me, madam. I did great opportunity.
Well, it's not every day that I get.
Besides that statement, do you need a Kleenex? Are we good?
No, I don't, and I don't need any tissue. Thank you for your tissue recommendations.
Well, Dismal, I can speak to you directly here if I can ask you a question. I mean, when you were in the White House briefing room.
And ask me a question. You're using a term that obviously isn't ask. You can ask a question, but you can't ask a question.
Okay, sorry.
Otherwise,
Let me. Sorry,
Do you
Dismal.
correct everyone who makes this mispronunciation, or just
yes? Yep. Yeah, I do.
Really?
I taught you this second language. Yeah, I do.
Dismal, can I ask you one? I'm sorry. Ask you another. Oh, did she leave? Sorry, I didn't mean to scare off the most beautiful muff on stage next to you, Monica. Ow.
Thank God, I was about to have to slip her an Adderall.
If I knew that mispronouncing ask is ask, man.
I really didn't think she was going to fall for that.
Clubhouse.
I really didn't think she was going to fall for that.
But did you really have a question?
Well, yeah, I was going to ask her. It's not every day that I get roasted by someone who used to brief the president in the, where was she supposedly briefing the president? In the Situation Room, right?
In the Situation Room.
Yeah, so, that maybe she's got great, maybe she's a great art critic, and so I just wanted to get more of her critique. That was all I was going to ask.
Well, just remember, for, the stream, she virtue signaled that she was likely the only lady left. Well said.
Well, thank you, Dismal. I'll accept your silence.
Sorry, there wasn't actually I didn't hear a question.
For you. I think
Is that the congressman? Is that the congressman elect?
Correct. This is Congressman candidate John Kitover running in the 16th District of Illinois. Go to johnforcongress.com.
No, congressman.
Yeah, Dismal, you threatened me just in the...
Potentiality that you should be considering.
Oh, so you want to be a campaign advisor. I understand, but I think you might have a dismal outlook. Why do you call your name? So, can I ask you a question about words? Do you think they're like a...
Ask me a question.
Oh,
Scott, they're having
sorry.
problems.
Thanks for correcting me. I meant to ask you a question. Do you think words are like a script? Because earlier we read the Tao Te Ching here in the Muff. Plays in our profiles. Like, look at Mojo X, scroll down, and then you'll see book reading, Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu. And I would really encourage everybody to listen to that, because that's what's called reading a book, as opposed to having never-ending heated conversations here on a social audio hypnosis app. I am complete. This is anonymous.
Oh, no, I've literally read that book and read different interpretations because, of course, for something that was written in a different language, there are different interpretations, right? So that's something that in Live Talk, I actually read, and we read different interpretations of that book.
Dismal, would you like to share a link to your house so that people interested in book reading?
No,
you
because
have some.
I'm no longer active there, and I don't want to promote something I'm not going to. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Monica, is everyone calling you Scarlett now, or still Monica, or what is your?
I'm running a social experiment because I heard that using first name formally used on the app is doxing. So this is my second time running the experiment with mixed results. I'm observing that people do have a very difficult time once they know someone's name and know the person calling them another name. But I do answer to both.
I mean, to be fair, some of us use this with our phone in our pocket because we're still working, and when you hear someone talk, you just respond to what you know them as.
I got a quick question for Dismal.
Don't mind the people that I like.
Dismal, can you maybe tell us like your top 3 moments in the White House? This is Anonymous speaking to Dismal. Dismal, can you maybe tell us your top 3 moments in the White House?
Sorry, I really don't wish to. Okay, that's okay.
Of course.
I mean, the vast majority would be in the basically EOP area, not the Situation Room or the Oval.
No, that's fair. I don't disapprove of your discretion. So the room with Anson, I thought went very well. And at the end, when people came in at the end and cast judgments on the whole hour, I hope I was graceful in my refuting their assumptions. Because
I wasn't there, Scarlett. Can you give like a TLDR, just a quick?
Well, I believe Anonymous might be able to hook us up with the recording, but Anson led this discussion, and Moose and Mojo were the co-hosts of the room. We started with base principles. Did we agree that crime in large cities and DC was something that needed attention? The majority of the room agreed, although we had some late arrivals that didn't hear that open premise and said later that no, it wasn't needed. That crime had been going down and was trending down, and it's not that big of a deal. And I would like the people who were there to help me, because
let me just jump in real quick. And thank you, Scarlett, 2 T's. Appreciate you.
The house that she's referring to is the Rational Discussion Group. It's a house in which every day we meet at 2 o'clock Pacific time, 5 o'clock Eastern. We run for about an hour and a half. We like to get there early. We like to get there 10 minutes early. We open the room at 1:50 and we keep the room. We really get it started at around 2. We welcome diverse opinions. We feel like this is an alternative to other types of rooms that you may or may not be familiar with. We have no requirement to download Facebook and chat through Messenger. What we do is we just, no frills, we just utilize the tools that Clubhouse has given us, and we have a mature conversation led by Anson Burlingame.
Yeah, I was with you in saying I like this protest house, but are you really going to do that, Mojo? Every day?
Well, consistency is important.
It is. You're right.
Consistency is important, and so yeah, I figure that if some people are disciplined enough to get there at 1:55, if we get there at 1:50, we'll just be even more consistent. Want to leave our space and go into that space? That's totally cool. We have full respect for all of the people on this entire. We've only done 2 rooms. We did one on Friday. We did one today, and there's over 600 members of the House. At this rate, if we grow at 300 people per week, we will overtake similar programmed rooms in no time. So it is the fastest growing thing. If you want to be on something that's on an uptick, please join the Rational Discussion Group. Thank you.
And the link is in the chat for anyone. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The link is in the chat. We try not to take down the polls too early. We only have 10 votes in this poll, and we do want to know the lady quotient of Clubhouse to see if we need to boost those numbers up or the number of ladies.
Jane, can I ask you a question, Jane?
I'm directing this. No. I'm directing this to all the mods, actually. Are you aware that Scott Jones? I don't want to out you, Scott, but I do want to hear your point of view. I don't think Scott likes Anson so much. And let's talk about that.
Well, I'm glad that we're welcoming Scott into this room. Scott and I have a long history in this app, and we've had many laughs. And Scott and I consider Scott a friend. So I'd love to hear his thoughts of Anson, who I think he reminds me of my grandfather. I like Anson quite a bit. But Scott, go ahead and give us your critique of Anson if you'd like. But can you please do it in the Donald Trump voice? We really appreciate that here.
I think Anson tries to do a Donald Trump. I think it's not very good. Okay, Anson, I think that's so great. Okay, I mean, look. I like my war heroes to be able to do a Donald Trump that's better, okay? I like my veterans not bad at impressions, okay? All right? Jerry.
I will say that is a good impression of him while drinking Diet Coke.
Hold on. I got Jane. I got a question for you and Scott because I didn't listen to Gary Baumgartner's show. Yes, this is being recorded. I'm live streaming myself. So my question is, what were the hot takes? What were the positions? And then what's the contrarian position?
I'll be back. I gotta go.
Of Washington, D.C. National Guard takeover, federal FBI takeover. Like, what were the opinions you guys were?
You were there when I spoke, and then I left. Right?
No, I left. I don't want to listen to it. I came in here to have a conversation and other words.
Okay. I went to the pool, so I didn't know.
Okay,
There's one take I objected to. Rewind, John.
Okay, what is it? What is it, Jim?
In the very beginning, when the guy named Brian Bashara, he loves it. He said the more the merrier, I think. As far as, so he was a yes. That's one thing we can't take, but, otherwise I said I'm not in favor of it, no strap. And then I left, so I don't have any money to do.
So in our room, we were split a third. You had a third that were in support, a third that were not in support, and a third that just said we don't know. And so it was a very balanced room, which made for a good conversation.
You know, these young soldiers who are coming out of boot camp or in the reserves, they're not going on international deployments to Afghanistan, Iraq, etc. So
I thought it was a pattern. I don't know if this is the scope of your question, hot takes, but
I was noticing that similar ethos underlying the share, right? The share, and it sounded a lot like dominant, another frequently critical. He said he found the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing fun, period. You know, he was kind of like enjoying the hot.
have you been to Jerusalem? Do you know what it's like to see young people with M16A4 strapped to their shoulders, walking all around, providing security for free to the people of that beautiful town? You know, why isn't that happening in Chicago? Why doesn't that happen? I've never seen that in Michigan. Have you ever been to Manhattan? You ever seen people walking around with M16A4s? No, you don't see that. You know, I wonder why. Taking care of your grandmother, huh? Like a beautiful little granddaughter.
Maybe behind slowness and Roger's benevolence about the recording, and I'm trying to roll it around in my mind. And I understand we have anonymous, we have recordings, been using our voice for a long time. I was a little surprised. I enjoyed the book reading and what we did today, and coming together as a group, and just the vibe of the book and that feeling. And then at the end, Roger mentioned, you know, we were live on YouTube reading that. And isn't it different? I mean, when Clubhouse... Thank you. When Clubhouse assimilates our words and our voices, I don't think my name is associated with that, right? It's used for training, randomness, or however it's used. But my voice is pretty recognizable. And I wasn't aware that I should be. I guess I'm just so naive by now. I forget I'm being recorded all the time. It hit me just differently that something as innocent as our book reading was also streamed on YouTube. And I think my voice is used in a different way that way. Not parsed out in different parts or used for training or used in a way that it's unrecognizable, but you know, used without my consent in a way that I don't think is necessary. So can someone explain to me how it's just the same that we're being recorded by Clubhouse and also now being streamed, that is identical?
Yes, because if you look down at the bottom of your stage, you have a little icon with an arrow that points up to it. And when you click on that icon, you will notice that in the list there is a service. You are agreeing to allow your content to be shared.
Shared and streamed as...
Yes, there are a lot of people that stream their rooms from house to X. And vice versa.
And they stream it on YouTube. I mean, John's not the first. Folks streaming these rooms on YouTube has been going on for a couple years now.
So I guess in my mind I've been blaming him as the only person that's been doing it in this community that hasn't.
David, I think I'm just the best at it, but I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Well, maybe the most prolific, could say that.
Most consistent.
And John is more like in my opinion, and he'll probably disagree, but I think this is more of a social experiment. I don't know what he's going to do with the end. I feel like he should put together the top 10 Clubhouse voices, or, you know, make it a seasonal thing. Season 1 on Clubhouse, season 2, here's the best episodes. I don't feel like it's fully brainstormed and thought out. His social experiment now just seems kind of chaotic and just, you know, post across multiple platforms on YouTube. But there needs to be some sort of, you know, docu-style series done with his work.
And I think that I'm beginning to understand that it's good to hear that he's not the only one. And of course, we have the habit in other rooms, probably knows which ones they are, of just blaming him, and that's not the case. I mean, this is just something that we've agreed to by being here, and I'm slowly becoming when I'm comfortable with it, aware of it, and realizing that I've been blaming him solely when it really isn't.
But David, you know, if I can't become a candle and attract moths, I mean, what kind of real value am I bringing to the marketplace?
I've heard you say that before, and I won't belabor the issue. I appreciate all the clarification.
John, I would like to ask you a question. Are you available?
Yes, please proceed with your question to ask.
Do you feel thankful towards David that he just seemed to express development, want to continue? I'm accepting you as a reporter.
No, I've heard David say this. I've heard David say the same thing all the time. I missed something new.
I just need to get my mind wrapped into reality.
I know, David. I think it's fucked up, for whatever that's worth. But I do think
thank you.
Just the way it is. I got over it.
Don't hate me. Hate Anonymous.
John is clever.
I'm somewhere on the scale behind you, but it's going up.
Plus due credit.
You can get as angry with Anonymous as you want, but John Kitover is a real person.
Oh yeah, we don't deny that. Big as life and twice as real, as we say that.
I think we're opening some people's Overton windows today. Good work.
Wow. That's actually exciting.
Wow, Anonymous is breaking open people's Overton windows? Please explain, Brian.
They now just don't see the small picture where it's nobody recording. Everybody's recording now.
I didn't say nobody. But,
I meant anybody, sorry.
Wait, gentlemen, we're in the muff. Dismal, can I ask, how can I Overton window your muff?
Sorry, do you mind or potentially changing the topic?
Sure, I'm sorry to.
Do you mean the poll too?
Yeah, I would mean the poll of course. It's a little insulting, right? It's directed at me. So
I would like a poll to ask how many of us want this poll removed. And I want it removed.
Well, it violates the principle of the room.
Sorry, Jean, are you saying that you would want me removed?
No, the poll. I'm agreeing.
The poll removed. Okay, thank you.
Agreeing with you. Get that poll down. It's enough.
Yeah, the reason that, Christy, you don't understand the polls question is because it's literally just basically an assault against me. So it's kind of weird.
I mean, to be honest, it's calling into question the accusation that was made in the room, which is done multiple times via poll feedback.
Yes.
Sorry, what was? Sorry, this was not something. This is my name is Mitchell.
One of the 4 people who have the power.
Yeah, perhaps somebody that's the Green Bean crowd, Serena, your Kristen. Maybe one of you could just.
So how do you agree that it needs to go down, but the rest of us can't talk about why it's okay to leave it up?
Yes, Victoria, I will be happy to remove the poll that was because of your claim that you were the only lady left on the clubhouse. Let me remove that right now.
Yeah, the statement was claimed that you're the only lady left on the clubhouse. So
correct.
With the poll, maybe Brad may have some input. I was going to ask Brad, are there many ladies left on the app? Dismal says she's the only one.
Are Is this a definition question?
No. I didn't say that. And the three ladies that have the
I'm actually glad we have a recording of you saying that now.
We do.
Sorry, is this a gotcha game? Like,
Not at all.
People say things that are out of context, and I would imagine that would be the case for that, because I don't believe that. And that's incredibly interesting. Thank you.
Well, for the record, I'm not giving you any shit at all. I have no smoke, you just smoke. But we all did hear you say some variation of perhaps I'm the only lady left on the app. And so
it was a joke. It was definitely a joke.
Of course, no problem.
So I took umbrage to it.
Yeah. So the poll was probably trolling you in some way over that statement. I think we're just having a little fun because I answered what is a lady. I mean, I know what a lady is, but I just wanted to put on my liberal tin hat and go full-blown liberal by asking what is a lady.
Are you sure you know what a lady is these days?
I don't. According to the liberals, the ladies have theirs. So
far-fetching manner, and that honestly, like, if that's what we're like, if this is the reduction of how we're going to treat individuals, like I don't necessarily want to have a conversation with you.
Okay. The poll has been released, though. You did come into the room, right?
I think you joined late to the party.
Yeah, she came in the mouth multiple times and left and came back.
Wait, can you repeat that, please? I misunderstood. I thought you said she came in the mouth multiple times.
You heard what you wanted to hear, Brad. It's fine. But thank you. On a serious note, I was getting bad service driving down the road, so a comment was made in the other room about how these National Guard soldiers are not trained on how to deal with civilians, this and that, but most of the National Guard, they are supposed to help both their country and their region. And to say that they're not trained on how to deal with people who are in a stressed out environment, I think is false and not a true claim. The way the military handles things versus an average police department, we can have a conversation regarding that. But I really do like how some people just want to say, oh, they're not police, so they've had no training whatsoever or no common sense. It just seems funny to me.
Wait, who made the comment that the National Guard aren't trained in tactics to deal with civilians or issues that involve civilian populations?
I don't remember, but that's what I heard about why they should be unleashed in DC. I was driving, so I didn't say so.
That's also better recall the National Guard before they get deployed for another, hurricane, wildfire.
Yeah, FEMA event.
Yeah, we should get rid of them. Oh, flooding events. Say it was Black Hawk helicopters I saw in the sky during the flooding event in Texas when I was down there trying to pull people out. Shit. Fuck, we get those guys out of there. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, so I just want to bring that point up because that kind of rubbed me wrong. Even though I don't agree with some of the people that are in the National Guard and how they overuse their power like anybody else who has power over someone, they're not that horrible.
So does the National Guard, like when they're deployed, right, in this particular case? Oh, okay. A little louder, and in English, please. Okay. What is? Oh, wait a second. No. So who controls the National Guard? Is it? I know this is a stupid question. Is it Trump directly?
No, it's the governor of the state.
West DC. I'm from Washington, D.C., born and raised, right? So you gotta understand this. DC is a federal city, so the president is the governor.
as far as when it comes to, excuse me, the Congress, all of that, they're in control of the city.
Yeah, DC, famous city has taxation without representation on their
That's one I like to explain. Thank you. Exactly. So he's doing exactly what he can do because it's a federal city. And unfortunately, like dude said, I don't know, like the National Guard said, most of the people in the National Guard are actually from the city. Like your National Guard personnel is made up of the people from that state. Like y'all understand that if you're from Washington D.C., you want to go to the Army, but you don't want to go to the you don't want to be active duty. You be in the D.C. National Guard because of the Stadium Army and all that. So listen, but I'm telling you.
Trap. So what my question though was,
PC is.
Can you allow him to finish?
Yeah, I'm gonna get off your mind. That's a personal opinion. In my opinion, the crime is bad. In my opinion,
Why is the crime gotten worse? Let's just say, like, over the last 4 years, for example. Like, would you say that the crime got
it
worse?
has nothing to do with who president, who this, that. Well, actually, it does have to do with Democrat policies. Unfortunately, like Democrats are just more lenient towards the bullshit, and there's a lot of kids and listen.
Can you let him finish his thought? Like, let's let him finish his thought.
You're doing that, but I would love to hear it, but I wanted to just have a question.
Wait, okay, hold on. 3 to 4, please. Go ahead. Yeah, when we have 3 to 4, 5, I think it might be more than that. Teenage girls, beating up an elderly man to death. There's a problem with that. Like that's not something that teenage girls usually do. So the city is fucked up. The city been fucked up. I'm not a Democrat or Republican, but it's been, you know how fucked up the city really is. So when the veil is lifted and nobody gives a fuck about the fake ambiance of the shit, yeah, it's gutter in the middle of the night. Not even in the middle of the night. It's gutter if your ass is in the wrong place at the wrong time. So
I would agree with you. Like, DC is. I lived in DC. I know DC.
Where did you live at?
Over a decade, so I definitely know it.
Where?
I know it well. I know that it is challenging. It is hard.
Okay, well, we have two perspectives from two different people who lived in DC and have different opinions, just like Trapper
No, I would say
I think that's great.
I don't think I have
Are you interrupting a mod? I think you should check the house rules. Should I be Roger for a minute and read the house rules to everybody?
Sorry.
Okay,
I did
just like Trap said, that the opinion of the situation about how crime bad is in Washington D.C. really does conform to personal preference.
I would say, like, I agree with Trap though, and so you were trying to define like that we had two different opinions, and in fact, I would agree with him.
Oh, okay. So you think it's bad too?
I do. Yes. No, I think it's incredibly terrible.
So I just have a question, Victoria, respectfully. If you agree with this man, why did you keep interrupting him? Why didn't you just let him finish?
Because I was trying to ask him like whether he thought that there was any like difference like going forward, because he seemed to make it very political when I don't think it is.
Okay, well, cool. Moving on. Viva, I know you had something to say. Would you like the mic?
Hey, thank you. I went to whitehouse.gov. I got my answer. Section 3, this was published today. So it's not the governor. This is interesting. Okay, so this is executive order from today, August 11, 2025. And the Section 3 says that the operational control would be, so the authority of the president conferred by Section 740A of the Home Rule Act, he directs the mayor with respect to the current, to control the MP, the Metropolitan Police, but then he delegated it to the Attorney General. So the Attorney General is going to make the decisions.
Yes, sweetheart, I think you missed it. I don't know why you even brought that up. The point is that the president is the governor of Washington, D.C.
Right, it's the governor in other states, D.C. is not a state.
D.C. is not a state, so we don't have a governor.
Yeah,
You're correct.
that was only my question. My question was who is controlling, who is directing. I just wanted to know who's going to be directing it, and I didn't get a clear answer, so I just wanted to share that.
So I just wanted to jump in. So is somebody like did I hear this correct, Victoria? You're opposed, or what is it, dismal, whatever it is? You're opposed to National Guard being in DC.
I think you're trying to stir up something that that was not
It was a simple question.
No, she doesn't think they should be there.
Listen, my mother drives. I'm out of DC because of that. You know what she does. My mother drives an AMG Benz, right? I want her to be able to ride around DC and go get her wine and do whatever the fuck she want to do, nice and safe and sound. She worked hard for her shit. You understand what I'm saying? Listen, there's a lot of crime and bullshit that go on in that city that y'all don't know about. Okay, it's not safe for the average resident. It's not even safe for no white person. Man.
Yeah, and that wasn't also like I just want to be very clear. That wasn't the conversation. I didn't oppose the idea of the National Guard being deployed. I don't think it needs to be deployed. I think that the crime rate in DC is about it's consistent with what I experienced, which isn't worse. And so for the idea of even deploying the National Guard would indicate that something has changed, that there is something that is problematic. And I don't think that is the case, sir.
Dismal, can I ask you a question? So what, maybe if you know, any of this, obviously I'm going to open this up to anybody, but if Dismal knows or Trap knows, since you guys have lived there, so the National Guard gets deployed, what type of, authority do they have? Do they have the same authority as, the police? Meaning, what, is this like a martial law type thing?
Yeah, it becomes, that is the problem. So in many states in which the National Guard would be deployed, they would have to respond to the governor. DC is special. Taxation without representation, as Trap and I earlier discussed.
So this is damn near basically like a backup measure to police. I don't want to give up.
I've used terms such as nihilism, such as pessimism.
Q2 total revenue grew 27% year over year to 100.
So that was the nature of the conversation we were having.
I mean, that's the base of what you were saying, but then you agreed to it, damn. And I think maybe he said that Catholic start.
You redirecting traffic, telling people that they can't, nothing like that. It's just going to be an additional few bodies that are just going to
speak at a time.
Sorry,
so if you're not speaking, go on mute, please.
Can I speak?
Let's let finish.
I don't think Trump is actually
okay, well, I will let you respond to him.
They're not going to be responding to calls. It's basically large crowd control. There are gangs, quote unquote, even though DC don't technically do Bloods and Crips and shit like that. They do street gangs. Your street is where you're from. But anyway, there are 20, 30, 40. When they're on some bullshit, those are the people that might have an encounter with the National Guard. Like this dismal person, well, I don't know.
Well, no.
Today, they don't want that.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. So, in closing, though, your bigger concern about this move that Trump has just made is the FBI's involvement and the other alphabet agencies that are also coordinating with the National Guard.
My issue is the FBI. I mean,
okay.
I would like to understand.
Victoria, I promise I am going to give you your minute. Okay, I promise you can have the minute.
No, it's a question more to him.
But I told Beaman she could ask. I told Beaman she could ask first because they were actually conversing earlier. So let's just, Beaman, did you have something you wanted to ask?
Thank you, Sherry. No, it's okay. I just wanted to get clear on, why we would be, why there were any concerns to what, these people are coming in. Are they gonna, like I said, is this a martial law? Yeah.
Well, let's hear what Victoria has to say on that then.
Dismal.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's okay. But my question was actually more to Trap, and because he obviously has lived in DC, etc. I think the broader question that has been raised by people would be like, how is DC distinct from other states with regard to the deployment of the National Guard? Who would the National Guard report to, and how would that be activated? Perhaps that's a question that you could answer, sir.
General is going to report to probably the president. Like the National Guard is under the control of the President of the United States, who is taking control of the city.
National Guard isn't under the control of the U.S. in other areas, so DC is different,
It is
right?
DC.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to highlight that. So that's why I was asking the question, so that people could potentially learn.
Wait, hold on. I'm in authority over the DC National Guard because there is no order.
That is different. That was the whole point.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Refer to rule number 5, please. The authority is delegated to the Secretary of Defense, and the day-to-day operational control is usually delegated further to the Secretary of the Army. This means the DC mayor can request the Guard, but cannot order them to deploy. The President, via the Pentagon, must approve the activation. Once approved,
Is that it is above my fucking pay grade. It's above her pay grade. It's federal. It's like
well, Trap, with all due respect, Dismal has been in the Situation Room, so maybe it's not above her pay grade.
And if you believe that, I have oceanfront property in Montana to sell you.
I would say that's a work trap, though. They usually work together. They're not usually at odds with each other, Metro Police and the Guard. They're working in tandem.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That is true.
So, just to give you an idea, there's a lot of federal properties that exist in the city of DC or the district of DC. The District of Columbia, for those of you that don't know, that's what DC means. If you're going to look at this, they're going to be patrolling the federal hall. They're going to control riots. They're going to coordinate with local police. They're also going to coordinate with Capitol Police. They're going to coordinate with Parks Department, which has entities on the ground, and they're also going to coordinate with a little brand that protects certain areas, which is also known as the Secret Service. They're going to be coordinating along a ton. This isn't hard to figure out, and their commandship in the National Guard is linear. It does not deviate. And the president, once he federalizes that or assumes control, he has the power. It now goes into that line, that chain of command. That is exactly what Roger laid out, and it will follow them. They can ask for assistance, they can coordinate, and this will be ran jointly in multiple operations. And Trump is right. Our nation's capital is a shithole, and he doesn't want his family to be, he wants them to be able to walk down and look at Harry Blossoms.
Did you actually live there?
Talking! Shut the fuck up, alright? Jesus Christ. Every time someone speaks, you open your fucking mouth. You've never been in this situation room. You're a retarded cat lady that sits in a rocking chair, eating fucking cucumber sandwiches, thinking somehow or another you missed the boat because at one point there was a guy that...
Finish your thought.
I am finishing my thought.
Not that one. The one you were on.
I'll finish that thought. If you're gonna come up on stages and do a bunch of shit, at least be smart about it. Fuck. But Trap, you're right. You know what? I'll tell you what. Because DC has outlawed guns on absolutely everybody, you can't have them for home protection because it's a gun. I think you're right. You want a stronger presence there because you want your family to be able to walk down the street to just go to a corner fucking store or go look at the mall. I don't know why you're asking such high demands when obviously you have resistance by the lit parts who think it's okay.
I'd like to say something if I may.
Absolutely.
So one of the awesomest things, and yes, I said awesomest, about Clubhouse and the people that we're now in. I'm sorry, what? The awesomest things that about like associating with people like this who are taking their time out of their day, and yeah, a lot of us are on this app because we're co-working, things like that. And but we also can be anywhere at right now. We can be anywhere, and we're here, and we're talking about some really cool stuff. And though we get our emotions get the best of us sometimes, it's really good that we have these rules in this room to keep things kind of under control. I know it's hard. I'd really like to hear what people have to say, men, women, whatever color you are, whatever, even if you're half woman, half man, I don't care, whatever it is. Interrupting someone is one of the most rude and manipulative behaviors, and it's part of the room rules. If you can't adhere to that, go find another room. It's real easy. And nobody here wants to have to babysit you. We want to hear what you have to say. It makes everybody angry when you do that. Please don't do that. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
And if I could just be slightly messy and petty for just 1 second, new rule, if you have a problem with the host of the room, aka the moderator, the owner of the house, and you find yourself going in other rooms to talk shit about the host of the room, why are you in here? Why are you in the audience? Why are you on the stage? Why are you contributing? New rule, if you don't like the host of the space, don't sit in the space. I'm done. Thank you for allowing me to be paid. Who's next?
Wouldn't let me finish fucking packing her up.
Brad!
Brad, do you want to share your feelings? Do you need a pillow to punch? Because
it won't be me. It can't be me. I do not volunteer as tribute. In the month designated verbal offender.
Hi, Miss Shirley. I would love it if we could steel man people's arguments just to see if we can make the best out of an argument we object with, too. That would be kind of so apologies for the first people that heard it here a third time. Our military is trying to kill people and break things. They're trained not to respond to lazy, indulgent, angry brats in our
Wait. I promise you can go next. Hold on. Because I want to show Monica. I want to show Monica that I can still man.
Okay, so Monica, what I'm hearing you say is that you have concerns that the military is a more brutish.
Did I get that right? Did I still man it correctly?
Anyway, I would just like to point out, we had a gentleman by the name of Trap, and he's operating all of the time anyway because of the crowd control issues and problems from all of the events and everything that go on in DC. So this particular National Guard, this is stuff that they are called in for regularly and frequently. He had actually said that what he was more concerned about was the FBI involvement.
I'm sorry, Trav. I'm just going to quell this. So, the National Guard are not trained killers. These are not war fighters. These are not the 225,000 plus or minus, whatever you want to add, that are the ones on the battlefield that go out and rip somebody's spine out and make bowls out of their skulls. These are not that. They're trained in rescue operations, crowd mitigation, crowd control, disaster preparedness, disaster relief, logistics. Like, the idea that every person in the military is designed and picked up and serves at the point to just kill people, and God forbid they go, again, military personnel are involved in your everyday society. They're delivering you foods, they're delivering you power, they're delivering you medicine, they're airlifting you out of rescues, they're out on the seas pulling your stupid sailing asses because you watched a fucking movie, gained some money, and thought you could buy a boat and go sail the Atlantic.
I feel so judged.
And until someone like me has to go fucking jump from a boat or a helicopter and come swim to your stupid ass because you got lost.
Let me get it in. Right now, you're just going on the rant.
Chop. Hold on. Give him 30 seconds.
If there's other weird rant, he's kind of right. So I don't give a shit. Like, again, a bunch of pussies that are at the behest of that you won't serve. So, like, I would suggest stepping up and figuring out what the exactly is in the military and what the variety of options that you are for a career path that do support a whole bunch of different functions from the fucking cleaning to stores to, yes, and fighting. But they do a whole ton of shit. And in fact, many of your areas that you want help with, wildfires, this comes on behalf of the military, the National Guard. These guys are not trained to go out and kill. They do calls, but they are not in a warfighter presence.
And I just take knocks on myself, but I'm in law enforcement and I was in the military. There we go. Cats out the fucking bag. I'm in fucking Virginia. But anyway.
Kind of relieved that the civil liberties are less likely to be violated than I thought they might be, and that's good.
Go ahead, Mother.
Sorry, I'm starting a laundry machine. I gotta get it fixed. But anyways, what I was gonna say was, yeah, I don't get the big hoopla about this. Maybe it's just because, like usually, I'm Dominican, right? We use the military for everything. They supplement the police. They help with monitoring of high crime areas. They help with, they're obviously on the border, but that's not like they help run the country alongside the police, and it's never been a problem, right? I just don't see why Americans are so uptight about this. This is my viewpoint. It's quite strange.
To your point, Roger actually made an interesting point in that last room about the fact that what was going on in the news before all of this stuff with the National Guard in D.C. started, that now you don't see at all. Epstein.
And this is why I say Trump is he is masterful at the art of marketing, propaganda, promotion. He has switched the topic in the blink of an eye. No Epstein list conversation is happening right now. At least it's not dominating the algorithms across social media. This is the primary talking point. DC crime, teenagers riding around in Chargers with AK-47s and the National Guard. It's genius how he has shifted how the wind is blowing in his direction. And now the conversation is going to likely divide local politicians and the residents in the area over this National Guard issue. And that'll be the talking point for probably the rest of the week, in my opinion.
Unfortunately, I think that's a little disingenuous. I know everybody living in a bubble right now, focusing on Washington, D.C., but you seen when the president came on, he said this is a D.C. press conference. Why the fuck is everybody here? This is D.C. business. I was born and raised in D.C. I've been going through this shit my whole life, right? After 9/11, who you think was on the ground? The military. And they was there for a good while. As a nigga who has family in this city right now, little sister who is in the age of the range of the girls who beat up and killed the elderly man.
Really quick, Trump, we can't say the N-word in here. They'll boot you out.
Alright, my bad.
Don't get bothered. Thank you.
I'm working out my fault. Yeah, I appreciate somebody doing something and actually caring about the city. I know this may seem like being a vacuum for y'all, because it's like, whoa, DC. Listen, man, if y'all got kids, make sure y'all know y'all kids are at night. Make sure y'all know what they're doing, because it's a different world out here. Yeah.
So you're pleased with Trump enacting the National Guard?
Yes, I concur, Trump. And I'm glad you stopped by today to give us your 2 cents, because it's interesting hearing from somebody who's kind of like right there in the center of it.
They don't patrol anything, ever. That's not what they do.
How are you FBI will be, and then I really need to go back and listen to it. Trap, I invite you to join in the MUP. We are, what are we? Serendipity, mostly free-ish speech space until Mojo decides he's heard enough from some of us.
I don't know if someone brought that up. It's a little bit weird that we haven't done this earlier. We're going to do it now.
Well, it has been brought up. There's been some talk about the fact that the way that they're measuring those metrics has also changed in the last couple of years, and that the metrics aren't necessarily entirely reliable, which was why I was glad that we had Trap and Victoria kind of doing that exchange about, like, what is the crime actually really like there? Is it, as bad as we're being told it is?
So you heard the Attorney General? She talked about the wharf, right? She talked about somebody overdosing at the wharf. If y'all understand what the wharf is probably like $1 billion renovation. They re-renovated back that motherfucker for $1 billion. There's all types of restaurants and things like that down there. There's money. Somebody just OD'd off fentanyl sitting on a park bench in front of a bunch of families. They had to give them Narcan off. People tired of that shit. If that's normal for you motherfuckers, if y'all are okay with that, then go to somewhere else. But I'm not cool with that shit.
Madison, I was just about to invite you to come up.
Because I'm just hearing a lot of
Yeah, I saw your comments.
that totally go against actual logic.
Go ahead,
and if you're concerned about fentanyl, you should be concerned about China and where the actual raw materials come from when it comes to fentanyl. This is like the crime bill redux all over again. It's all stated in Project 2025 that they would take over basically liberal cities, and I'm paraphrasing. He tried to do the same thing in LA, and now it's DC, and it's going to be anywhere else where there's a black administration, mark my words.
Does anyone really care about fentanyl? Like, I don't do drugs, my friends don't do drugs. I don't think
Oh my God, brother.
It's a rather all or nothing statement that Trump is doing this to black cities. Wow.
Let Mother complete his thought, because he asked a question that there's a lot of interest in, and then we can hear from everybody.
Okay, I'm almost done, I promise. Like, let these people die. Like, this should not be America's first priority, right? Like what we should be worried about is our defense industrial base relying on fucking China for manufacturing of our defense. That should be our number one priority. Let these fuckers die. Who cares about that? If you don't want to die, don't do drugs. Keep it moving.
The problem is, like I told you, I'm in law enforcement. Fuck it, the axe out the bag. It only takes a drop of sand to knock out the whole park. You understand? I don't know the chemistry behind that. Just to how somebody can just have a pill in their pocket and walk around okay with it, but somebody's like a pill could break and then they're not okay. I don't understand that shit, but fentanyl is something that I don't know.
Talking about a lot of children. So, I don't think you can just have the bucket out here out.
Really quickly, I just want to say I'm so thrilled right now that I'm in contact with CPR. Serendipity, you are too. I'm open mode.
Some of y'all want to encounter people on drugs and things like that. So a little bit.
No, not really.
But you don't have to do that. Just go work in your local city jail. Go work in your local city jail and encounter that shit all day long. Like deal with that. And maybe y'all might go get your family, go check on your family. There's a lot of this got it's causing problems, mental health issues, shit like that.
There's a comment in the chat, just super quick, Madison came in, stated their opinion, and then bounced without any reciprocal conversation. They can, and, of course no one cares about, no one gives a damn about fentanyl here. Well, you didn't stick around long enough to learn, did you? Go ahead.
I was just going to say to Trap's point, first of all, Akima, why are you in the Google? Come up. But anyway, don't mean to call you out, but I feel like you're part of our stage family. And Trap, I just want to say for the record, I support our president. I support his efforts to clean up these degenerate ass liberal cities, and I live in one of them. I mean, my neighborhood is pretty cool. We have a dynamic police force where I live. The cops show up, they do their job, they don't put up with the riffraff. I would have it no other way. If these loony liberals started protesting in my town about defunding the police, I would stick the dogs on them and turn on the water hose on these lunatics. But I support 100% Trump's efforts to, if he has to use the National Guard to go into these cities and fix the homeless problem, fix the crack problem, fix the gang problem, make our streets safe for women to walk down the streets, folks to walk their dogs, mothers to play in the park with their babies without sitting on crack needles. I'm with it 100%.
I appreciate that because I don't see what the fuck the problem is. That's all I'm asking for. That's it. I pay too much fucking money. I pay too much. I don't live in the city no more. Like I said, I can make the gun laws. But even though I can do whatever I want, but still, just don't trust it. It's either you federalize that motherfucker, I'm good. I don't want to live it. But I do want my family that they there to be okay and to be able to do the shit that I do outside the city. Like, leaving DC for me is like leaving the hood and living everywhere else is like sunshine. So I want them motherfuckers to be able to walk around parks and shit, like you said, and enjoy life and just live differently. Like, this shit's crazy.
Hey, Trav, do you think bringing in the National Guard is going to make citizens feel safer?
Yeah, because we see it all the time. DC see them all the time. All the time.
Yeah, but not like Trump calling it in. This is a much bigger alteration when the president calls him in, though, right?
No, it's not. It's really not. Like, it's really not. I'm sorry.
So when you say you see them all the time,
Pentagon officials, you used to see military riding around. And as you can see, they got Black Hawks in the skies, right? All the time. This is not. I'm from South.
No, I hear you.
This is not.
The president is tough, but he's sending him into like effectively patrol to augment law enforcement. I think that's the difference.
They're not doing that. They're not patrolling. That's not what he said. And if they did,
it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, brother, I'm more concerned about the FBI. The military, you can see the motherfuckers coming. You know, it is what it is. It's the spook behind the door. You know what I'm saying?
So wait, Moose, you're saying you're opposed against the National Guard being deployed in DC?
Yeah, I am. Well, I mean, not just DC. I just think I'm opposed to the reason of why he's apparently attempting to make this move. I don't know. Apparently, he has a time frame. Apparently, there's a clock how long this can go or not happen. But yeah, that's what we were talking about. And when I was in a room earlier today with Mojo Hanson and what is that house? The Reasonable House or Reasonable Discussion?
The Rational.
Rational, thank you. Rational. Where it was actually kind of evenly divided. 1/3 wasn't sure, 1/3 said no, 1/3 said yes. I was 1/3, I know, shocking, that said no, because, I mean, Brad, if we're going to set a precedent to use the National Guard in an effort to reduce crime, they are not equipped to, A, apprehend anyone, detain anyone, arrest anyone. They don't even know the streets. They don't know how to interrogate. I mean, I get, of course, they can be there for riots and looting and stand in front of buildings as a presence to protect, which is more their job, but not to. I mean, Roger was saying that actually he had a great example. I think it was Seattle when the mayor, governor, or whoever called in the National Guard for help. They saw an enormous drop in the law enforcement in that city. Like, no surprise.
Do you think that's a good thing, Moose, what the governor did?
Do I think once again
that example? In that example is the governor in Seattle.
Seattle? Well, I honestly, I don't remember the particulars of why they were called in. Can you remind me?
Well, I thought you just said it was a good thing that they came in and settled things down. Well,
no, I never said that.
Well, that's what
are you talking about DC or are we talking about Seattle? Sorry, Brad asked me, is it a good idea for National Guard in DC? And I say, yeah, I didn't know.
Okay, so can I go back before we move something? So
Can I say one thing quick? Well, I was talking before you started, but Moose, I thought you were saying it's a good thing that the National Guard was called in by the governor of the state to settle it in Seattle. If you didn't, I apologize. But if you think
all
it's
good.
a good thing,
All good, man. All good.
but if someone would think that's a good thing, they would think the person who has that position of power in Washington, D.C., that they should be able to do it. And since the president is that person, I guess I think he's qualified to do that.
Right, again, but it's not so much, again, what I said earlier. It's not you calling it, it's the reason behind that call. It's the reason. Again, I understand January 6th.
Why they're going there and what they're actually going to do are two different things. So that's why I think we disagree.
Well, I don't think it's an interpretation. I think Trump flat out said the crime rates are way up, albeit some data says yes, some data says no, but I don't think there's anything room for interpretation. Am I missing that?
Moose, have you ever been to Washington, D.C.?
I have, yeah. My brother went to college there. I've been there many times.
Okay, so you understand that the downtowns and shit like that, I don't know, maybe you don't know. But anyway.
I mean, I go to visit there. I don't have a lived experience there, so.
The place where there's most of the federal property and shit like that, weekends shit, like it's intertwined with the late night goings. You know what I mean? So, like I said, there's a lot of people out roaming the streets doing certain things on those type of nights. Those people, the National Guard is going to be there protecting property. But they don't even have the equipment to be riding around. You think they'll be in Humvees? DC Street's not even big enough for Humvees to be patrolling every neighborhood. Let's just talk about that.
I think they should they should protect property, sure.
Okay, so like I said, bro, I forgot. I was gonna say something else that you said.
You stated Moose's concerns were not founded because you live there and your sister lives there. Well, not you no longer live there, or you still live there?
But I'm 2 hours away, man.
Right. So you're, and Moose, when was the last time you visited Washington, D.C.?
That's what I was trying to say. Like, I was only there as a tourist.
Are you in a hurry? You have to go? Like, we can't hear when there's 3 mics.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick, I don't have a lived experience. I'm not going to pretend that I know what the streets of D.C. are like. I visited there, but being a tourist and living there are galaxies apart.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to tell you. I have more concern about. So he's talking about bringing in. He's talking about bringing in active duty military. Now that's different for me because they're not fucking from there. They have no ties to the city. National Guard got all ties to the city. It's different bringing active duty personnel in.
Okay, so let's use that example. So why is that? Because active duty.
Because the National Guard will be shaken. Because they are citizens of that town. And so for you to think that they're just going to take out orders and just take everybody the fuck out, hell no. That's never going to happen. Why? Because they're citizens of that town, that city, that city.
You think that military, that might be lost on military who are just there for business and who don't care about the citizens because they don't live there themselves? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's like that. Unfortunately, we're human beings. We are human beings. Believe you me.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Travis. So let's take the DC example, albeit a unicorn because it doesn't have a governor. But let's apply it to another city, be it Democratic or Republican. I don't care. Wherever there's high crime, wherever there's apparently need, where law enforcement is not doing their job, do you think, in general, augment police, and again, National Guard are not authorized to detain, arrest, interrogate. They're there for a military presence. Do you think that in general is a good idea for the president to do, to send in National Guard?
Governor of that state. But since Washington, D.C. does not have a governor and it's not a state, do what you got to do.
Orders come down, whether they come from government. So, let me finish here, dude. Like, chill out. So, like, the idea that they can't, they individual and they're beating her up, please detain him. They just don't have the powers to like throw them in jail. They'll detain him until like police officers come back. And DC is deployed every year or every time there's an election. It has been deployed so many fucking times. It's still on active deployment in there. We've had, Biden brought in 25,000 troops and gave them powers for 3 months there. So, I mean, we've had protesters from any kind of violence that would have been conducted upon them. So they do a very, it's actually really weird how,
like, the sky is blue today. The blue crowd had a fucking protest today. Like, this shit happens on a regular fucking basis. You just name some shit that a lot of people don't even know about. Billion Man March. I'll pay somebody to tell me who the fuck started that without Googling.
Yeah, I hear you. And Brad, I hear you too. Like, okay, I stand corrected. I was wrong about detaining. But if you have, 50 people you detain, half of them run away, they're not going to be able to do much about that. And like you said, they can't arrest them. So I'll ask you directly, Brad. That same question I asked Track. Forget PC. Is this a reasonable or warranted response for the president to set this as a precedent and moving forward, deploy the National Guard across the country? To deploy the National Guard to whatever city at his whim. Trap, actually, maybe he can do this on the whim. It's the only one. Trap, did you forget that he did it? Let me know when you're done. So, exactly, LA. He had no jurisdiction in LA until the governor pushed back. So, but I'm saying, if for whatever reason they give the president this power, hypothetically, and moving forward, to be able to do this, is this a reasonable response to essentially say, sorry, law enforcement, you're not cutting the mustard. Sorry, we're going to, you're going to create shit morale in that law enforcement. Never mind that you went to the academy for nearly a year. Never mind that you're on the streets every day risking your lives. I'm going to come in because I'm going to make a political move and a political stance to perhaps distract away from other stuff that's going on that doesn't put me in a great light. So he did deploy them in LA. The governor pushed back. He apparently won that. But I just think this is a dangerous precedent. This is a dangerous precedent.
Hold on a second. Yes, it was you, Brad, and I'm going to let you respond to Moose right after me. One thing I wanted to say, Moose, is that, I don't really think you can compare the deployment to LA to what he's doing in DC right now. What he is doing in DC right now it's not an overreach, he is authorized to do what he's doing in DC right now because it's not a state. What he did in LA was, the reason that he won on that pushback was because it was classified under immigration enforcement. So he can't just willy-nilly order and by virtue of what he's doing in DC, he's still not going to be able to willy-nilly order National Guard to go in because of police departments. I think that's a bit of a stretch to think that.
I also think there's a Project 2025 element too as it relates to DC.
What element is that? Oh, Brad was waiting, right? Sorry.
Sorry, Brad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So yeah, the president can deploy if certain codes are failed. So let's, for instance, Seattle, he could have deployed. I agree, Trump could have deployed him in Seattle during the Summer of Love when you had inability of the mayor, the governor, and other police chiefs to remove the city of Chop and go. You can't have that go on in the city. We've had this. There's precedent for that. They've done it multiple times. The U.S. has done it. Multiple presidents throughout history. Now you have this action. Trump can deploy them again. We deploy them all the time in D.C. They're always on a rotation. They're getting deployed there. This is probably no different. If you're going to deploy him to a city, he's going to face an uphill battle because generally they fall under the governor. But conditions need to be met. And usually that's a failure to maintain laws and order orders to protect property, to protect the civilian population. If the police are ineffective in that area, regardless of how their experience is, the president then has the power to deploy the National Guard. So does the governor of that state to back up and help this to return order to that city or location.
And I was just going to add, I think DC is unique into itself.
Referring to Project 2025, I mean, if I go to Grok right now and I ask Grok, hey, in Project 2025, was this predicted? I mean, don't you think you're being a little Project 2025 Tourette syndrome?
No, because if you look at Project 2025, it's actually in there. So it's whether it's correct or not, I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying there is definition in Project 2025 to provide the Secret Service specifically with law enforcement responsibilities for the District of Columbia.
Oh, I see. But
that doesn't sound like derangement syndrome. That sounds like shacks.
oh no! Project 2025 is a good idea. Oy vey!
Hey, why don't you eat another fucking cheeseburger?
Not too much of cheeseburger.
I've been going to Wendy's recently, and just let me say that cute Polish girl that works there, wow, she's a hard-working girl.
Sorry, can we play a new drinking game? Every time 2025 said everybody's got to take a shot. I'll participate once I get out of the truck.
Project 2025. Project 2025. Project 2025.
Okay, only if we are drinking water shots, because I need to drink more. So that is a very good incentive. Ready, go.
It's the end of the world. They're implementing good ideas from something called Project 2025.
I think that drinking water bottles is a really good idea. Yes, thank you.
So what else in Project 2025 do you not want to happen, Howard, since you've read this Bible called the Project 2025?
I don't want the peace order they called for. That's just not realistic.
Go ahead, Howard. I think that's how you put on.
No, again, I was addressing specifically about the District of Columbia, which I know we're talking about the National Guard, and I'm just saying that there was some reporting that it's only for 30 days. It may or may not be, but I'm just highlighting that one initiative that hasn't yet been implemented provides the Secret Service law enforcement responsibilities specifically for the District of Columbia. That's all I'm saying.
They already do have some, though, by the way.
On federal property, they do. Like I said, man, I really, it's like y'all don't really understand how DC works. It's probably a foreign concept to y'all because y'all understand.
Yeah, actually, I used to live in DC, so thank you.
Cool. It's still probably foreign to your ass. You probably lived uptown and didn't even really go outside. But anyway,
Trap, are you the only one here who can speak on DC? Is that what's happening?
Yeah. If you feel like that hits your heart like that, then it is what it is. If that's how you feel. But until somebody can give me some better knowledge to generic bullshit that's coming out your mouths, then silence me comes harder than that motherfucker.
You fell for the trap, Moose. He got your ass.
Yeah, egg on my face.
Well, listen, I appreciate Trump coming up to the stage to offer his perspective, especially for those who don't live in the area. And we're trying to figure out if the National Guard is actually necessary. Is the crime as bad as this administration claims it is? Well, the media claims it's not as bad because the crime rates have dropped since last year. So, Trump, I appreciate
you. Down in D.C. because of the crime problem, or do you still reside within the urban areas of D.C.?
I live in Virginia Beach. 2 hours away. All of my family live but I go back and forth to DC all the fucking time. Like I said, I'm 2 hours away. I'm actually getting ready to go meet my father for lunch.
Boots on the ground experience, though, right? Track it up, boots on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand.
Yeah, that's my point. He might not be there right now, but he's lived there.
Like what? My mother's there, my grandmother, my sister, my father, my brothers. Like, what are we talking about? Huh? I'm going to be buried there? Like, what are we talking about?
Do all your family agree that the National Guard is the good answer right now?
No, hell no. I got family that's stuck in the Matrix. Like I said, I chose to get the fuck out. Come on now. I don't need to be in that little Democrat city. You can't do shit. No. No, sir.
Moose, you never served it. What do you think a corporal, what do you think a second lieutenant or a captain in the Army is going to do when they deploy to a hot spot somewhere in Washington, D.C.? What do you think they're really going to do?
And that's why I'm really trying to wrap my brain around it. Like, how would they actually assess the problem? That's a great question. How would they?
What the police do? They sit in their car and they look at their cell phone. Am I wrong, anyone?
So the National Guard is not going to be kicking in doors to, at least at this juncture. Now, if that does happen, that'll be eye-opening. But they're currently, that's not the crux of their role. That's not even in their, which is outlined by even Trump on the podium, which that outline is a bomb at the Capitol building. Okay? I mean, you don't want it at I don't know, at any of the other federal buildings. I don't want to see the Washington Monument blow up. And apparently we have more and more violent protests going on these days.
Cool. Okay, appreciate the answer. So there you go. Anonymous or John, whatever you're identifying. What happens, Brad, when they leave? What happens when the National Guard leave and then the citizens are subjected again to apparently their insufficient, inadequate law enforcement?
Well, hopefully that the Capitol they don't have to sit there and just be sitting in a patrol car, as somebody said earlier. They're going to be there on the ground as deterrents. And that, for instance, a woman getting attacked on her way just walking down the road. Like, these stories are uncommon. Or the two teenagers that killed the person just for being out because they thought it was a fun night to do after they get their kicks out. So hopefully this will be a mitigating factor, and they'll have a quicker response time. They'll be able to
legislators, believe it or not, I'm actually on the left is legislators, believe it or not, I'm actually on the left is still think we should get tougher laws against underage. They should.
I mean, I'm on your side with that one.
Yeah, so none of that shit you said you agree with flies in a liberal city like DC. The dude who was speaking kind of has it correct. This is just a federal fucking takeover because the city council, the mayor, the city council, the mayor, that motherfucker who wear them glasses and that police press conference, that spokesman, they come to that podium every time there's some bullshit going on. They don't really give a fuck about the city, they just care about them. You're not gonna act like the city ain't been gentrified. Oh shit, that's crazy. It's fucking, what kind of state that is?
So how would people rate this?
I'm a Christian. You know, I know my school's out.
I'm sorry, what would be the top 3 priorities for you as President of the United States, Mr. Trapp?
The Trinity.
And what is the Trinity, Mr. Trapp? What is... Oh! He left.
Define group things.
Example for safety, but if it's the head of our nation, everything safety, but if it's the head of our nation, everything trickles down, and there's chaos there, trickles down, and there's chaos there, it's going to trickle down everywhere else just as fast.
Oh, and I wanted to respond to somebody who said that DC is a maze or a mess. I think it was Victoria, also known as Dementia or whatever her name is. Whatever. DC, if you actually look at it on a map, the Capitol building is literally in the center of DC. Everything else is in a northwest corner, northeast corner, southwest corner, and it's ran in a grid fashion. It's actually a very particular design. You don't really need a whole-scale map to navigate DC, but it is done by design. It has had moderations done, and the system actually works quite well, especially in evacuations. We were once invaded by the fucking Canadians that we should have killed. And then, we should take care to just learn like these quadrants exist and how to navigate those quadrants is very simple. You just see it on a basic map. Pull it up on Google if you don't believe me. But the National Guard will have no problem navigating DC. It's really very basic.
Well, Brad, what if I'm a total square? I can't handle anything that isn't square.
Lord help you then.
Keep the day job, right?
I drive in circles all day. I love Washington, D.C.'s layout.
Isn't DC all, like this roundabout after roundabout?
Essentially it is, yeah. But it's way easier to fortify different areas the way it's set up.
Yeah, it's really simple. Like numbered streets run north and south. Lettered streets run east and west. That's how you can tell which road you're on and how to intersect. It's really, I don't know how to make it so simple.
The three orders are pretty simple for these soldiers. I mean, carry out the little thugs. And then third, protect the property, protect the assets, protect the value in society.
If I had to add 5 more, I'd have to think about it.
Scarlett, were you asking how is the poll?
Mm-hmm.
The P-O-L. The P-O-L-L.
Oh.
Brandon is I'm innocent as usual.
To be fair, Shane did that he was talking about group activities together and talking
Gosh. Exactly. I like group activities. Like reading books.
Hold on, I gotta polish my halo. Hold on.
Sometimes it's right to do that.
I'm just saying.
Why society, has so much crime and poverty and homelessness. Is it the economy or is it something else?
It's something else. Not enough women are taking pole dancing classes. Duh.
I have a question. If we let economics, which is the number one issue that we should care about, get so out of control that we have $37 trillion worth of national debt and $100 trillion of unfunded liabilities, if now the situation is so bad we just don't even do anything about it, what's to stop us from feeling the same way about all of the other issues, such as crime?
Well, what I'm thinking is, if you find yourself high on fentanyl on a street in Philadelphia, can you somehow reverse engineer $37 trillion in debt? I mean, should you have another $35,000 in your pocket, and not be in the street high on fentanyl? Like, is it just one system? Is the system one, and they are a victim of this system? Is that the right approach to reverse engineer your position if you're a fentanyl?
Who told him I was in Philadelphia?
What's going on up there, guys? He's a good supply. So well behaved.
There's been a lot of stuff about cops and military and.
Couldn't you just stop your sentence?
I'm very sheltered. Yeah, my dad was in the military and he did Vietnam, so he was a career person. It's really great to see kids insight from people who are in the environment, who multiple kinds of opinions that are shared. It takes a lot of courage for people to share their experiences and to be heard. So I appreciate that. And I've learned a lot today.
During the discussion, residents did not hold back, voicing their frustrations. Many questioning why kids are being held accountable.
We as a city and a community need to be much more focused on prevention and surrounding young people and
I had the mother today, Roger, because you decided to go have a life and
their families.
Yeah.
You did a great job.
It happens. It happens every now and again. I was out looking at beautiful flowers, and they could send to my favorite clubhouse crush.
I was afraid of Brad.
I was scared of Brad.
What did Brad do the young thing?
Yeah, he tried to do he did do the yelling thing in Victoria, and I kind of cut him off mid-street and said, "Okay, Brad, finish your thought." And he said, "I'm trying to." I was like, the other way.
There's some people that crash out, and you're like, "Oh man, this fucking guy sucks." And then when Brad crashes out, it's like fun. He's like the positive crasher outer. I remember back when progressives weren't afraid to debate people, and they would come in rooms like the Brad Goat decisions were fucking amazing, because you get Goats pseudo really saying, "Hey, we're going to defend the king, and we're going to essentially defend tradition," and that's then gets into these ideas of okay, well, conservatives, they want to uphold tradition, so I guess right and conservative can have some sort of they're adjacent, I suppose. And then, but left of center, when you're fighting for change, you can do that in an authoritarian way. That would be the progressives, right? Or you can do it in a liberal way, at least in the classical sense. Classical liberals, they supported things like capitalism and individual rights, but they had a strong sense of justice specifically around equal protection under the law. So a lot of the really good things we have are because of radical liberals. The Constitution was written by radical liberals, but then later conservatives were, hey, that's pretty bitchin', that seems to work, maybe we should protect that. And so the liberals and the conservatives, true liberals, true conservatives, they can coexist, they can get along, and they're really just deciding when is their time for change, when is their time to preserve something. And so the more important the thought here was how are they willing to weaponize the government? So progressives, they think very collectively. Liberals do too, but liberals don't want to weaponize the government in quite the same way. And so progressives, they literally want to trample on some people's rights in order to give other people their rights. And so it's just, it really comes down to authoritarian left versus liberal left. And then you have authoritarian right, and then you have the libertarian right. Those are really the better distinctions. And in fact, you can throw out left and right if you want. You can it really comes down to what degree do you want individual liberty, and to what degree do you want authoritarianism. And by authoritarianism, that means all of these collective things where they have to take from one person or one group to give to another group. The only way that you get this idea of equality is if you're willing to violate people's rights. I would point people to a book by Yaron Brook called Equal is Unfair. He explains it very well there.
The thing that bugs me is that we're all squabbling, fighting, or competing for borrowed money. Like that alone should cause panic. And then secondly, people should try to work together and depoliticize and stop the gaslighting and the fake outrage when everyone is a hypocrite because they're fighting over borrowed money.
That's a good point. Necro said something interesting in the chat. He said, I consider my... Which part was it nice?
Mojo!
See, Necro agrees.
Don't worry, Necro. You're a wonderful gentleman. And you're loved.
You know, people smoke fags, they fight over fags, and I just gotta say, gaslighting. But don't fall for the clickbait gaslight words, because if you do, and you're chronically road raging on this app because people ask questions that aren't necessarily appropriate, or they say, you know, very vulgar and obscene things, maybe it's a you problem for being here, to listen to these very toxic words.
Great way to just shun accountability and responsibility. Just to be a decent human. Like, we're adults. This isn't a kid's app. What the?
Do you know what the term faggot means? It said that he believes that he's a classical liberal and everyone else believes that he's a faggot. And what do you think that word means in that context?
I don't think it means anything nice. Did you have good intentions? Or was that nice? Oh.
Yes, absolutely. Like for example, if I wanted to play, Tecmo Bowl, and somebody wanted to do their homework, I would say, hey, quit being a faggot. And that's what I mean by it. So I don't know what your definition of faggot is, but it has nothing to do with sexuality. If that's what you were going to say, you bigot.
Bima, why?
More, but the app only will let you do it like once a week, I think. So I'm gonna try to just do it once a week. And, I have to cut down.
That should be the same frequency that you wax your armpits.
Imagine if people had that same personal responsibility while they're robbing people in the streets or breaking into restaurants when they're closed at night and stealing the cash register. Imagine if they took that type of personal responsibility, Bima.
Imagine if you made sense.
Can I just point out the people that felt like they needed to rescue people in the chat, people on the stage? Do you guys not realize that Necro and I are friends? You guys not understand that? Necro, can you tell them about our friendship?
Are you more than friends?
You would never cheat on Monica like that.
Yeah, but I might win up for Monica secretly.
Over my dead body.
I just have to do it when you're not looking.
I wonder, have you ever checked on that, Roger? Let me ask Necro.
It's on his behalf that he is. This is weird.
That's not, I'm not offended upon his behalf.
This is what white progressives do. This is what white...
Can I ask a question here? America is in a danger point here, and I'm just wondering, is there any patriots in the room? Let's say the CIA wanted to give you a direct commission to deploy to a sanctuary city to fight violent crime. Who in this room would have, the
I just think it's funny that when some people don't get the answer back in the exact words they want, they pretend like the question wasn't answered. I find that funny.
You know what I find funny in an annoyingly ironic way? Roger, if you could please reach out to the founders, who is it, Paul, Ruan, whatever, F in chat, as you can see, I altered.
So if you look at the house title in the muff, you will see that they're not separate words over certain letters and get away with all kinds of tomfoolery. You muffed it, you pussy.
You gotta be smarter than the algorithm.
Who here would go on a 6-month deployment to perform security in a major U.S. city for $10,000 a month for, say, 6 months? Anybody want a short-term activation?
It's actually cheaper than I would have gotten paid back in the day, but it wouldn't take me 6 months to pacify a city, and I only need 2 other people with me to go ahead and do that.
You need to double that realistically.
I mean, you could go be a journeyman tradesman somewhere and make triple that, so. I
No, I just have to target. Once I'm on the ground, all I have to do is just target the main leaders. Then I just have to break in at the twilight hours, snatch and grab them, waterboard them for a little bit, and then figure out who's our next in command. Just take those out and keep those guys alive while they're still giving me information. It's not really that hard. I can pretty much pacify it within a couple weeks.
Did you guys, anybody in this room, did you guys stop by the critical thinking today? Anybody get a chance to hear the words of wisdom from Monsef?
I think I'll go off from that room.
Which room and house was it?
The critical thinking forum. That's Gary Bogartner's. To just go on for 15 minutes at a time. To just go on for 15 minutes at a time. The room's all you.
That's a problem, mate.
The room's all you.
That's a problem, mate. Agree on both sides. You allow people to agree on both sides. You allow people to go on and on certain words to be said or threatening. So how does he do tone policing and you're not?
Well, I will say this. Why don't you ask that question to Anson Burlingame?
You know, against the personal history, so Anson's a bit biased towards Gary at this point. So
let me ask you this. Of those two, let me ask you this. Of those two guys, if they were in a bar, or let's say a Moose Lodge, right?
If I'm guessing they have 10 years difference, maybe. I might still on Anson.
Yeah. Dude, Anson swims with dolphins, dude. Like, Anson's a legend. I like Anson. It's amazing. But I have to say this. I don't have a problem with Gary.
Marshall's good.
Well, Marshall's good when he... Well, Marshall's good when he, isn't drinking. I like Marshall a lot, but...
Trump was asleep.
Wow. But the worst part of that room, it's not the chat, it's not the fact that you can't push back on ideas.
LOL. He did it just do it in your room before?
Oh yeah, I encouraged him to do it. He did it like he was winning. It was hilarious.
Nails on the chalkboard.
Do you know who does a better?
Nails on the chalkboard.
Do you know who does a better Trump impression? Darth Arianos. No. I mean, it's impossible to tell the difference. Darth Arianos, incredible, insane.
Actually, Jamie Foxx does a really good Donald Trump. I don't know if you guys have heard that.
Darth Arianos would also hand you your ass, Roger. Hand it to you. In pretty much absolutely any topic, anything. He would just destroy you. He'd destroy anyone on that stage. Darth Arianos, you could give me your best, and Darth Arianos will destroy.
Wow. Who is this person?
He's the true Clubhouse. He's the true Clubhouse legend. Yeah. No, not verbally, not insults. He's an extremely logical, philosophical mind. Incredible.
I have to meet him on specific topics, so.
Hey.
Well, Brian, I appreciate the ambition. I mean, I'm interested.
Yeah, I'd like to see him beat me on agriculture, but there's not many people that are good at that.
I think what Dina just really said is that she wants to fuck this guy. That's really what I am saying.
Oh my god!
Hey, this is anonymous. Can I quickly say something about the poll and an experience that I had here in Chicago? I did the carry and conceal permit, and the instructor who gave that carry and conceal permit in that tiny class with 30 American patriots who, do carry and conceal in the city of Chicago and actually save their lives as they're about to get in many, many situations that keep coming out in the news. I just want to say that one guy who taught that 30-person class, who has probably done hundreds of classes into actually preparing the population and carry out the will and intent of our founders and the Constitution. So if only one person in my whole life I've ever seen do anything actually which is normal and rational and pragmatic, it's meeting a lot of people who do absolutely nothing for the city. So, government, is...
election over yet?
That's what she said.
That's what Hillary said.
Tomorrow's rational discussion group is going to be amazing. I think it might be the biggest one ever.
Well, what's the topic? They're always at 2 Pacific, 5 Eastern, but actually 10 minutes before.
It's a pure coincidence that Roger does it at the same exact time as the aforementioned room of Gary and
on opposite ends of the corridor, competing for cheeseburgers. Listen, all opening up competing shop raises the overall economy. I mean, did you guys ever remember that class in college where you get like an extra 10, 20, 30% margin because now there's 2 competing businesses in the area?
I think healthy competition is good.
Is there a reason why you better moderate chat on an app that you're not really on?
Wait, that might be a good business model, like a cross. You see what I'm saying? Like a cross, like people are going to talk like, what the hell? Oh yeah, go to this app.
It'd be almost like a Discord model.
But like pulling people off of Facebook onto that's interesting.
What would you know about interesting people?
Way more important for the
Absolutely nothing. Except, let me direct you to my PTR. This is a begonia Darth Vaderiana, which is a begonia, very rare. It is absolutely incredible. If anybody knows of where I can buy one, I'm interested. I've been looking for about 6 months.
What is your number for? Don't you mind?
I would if I knew someone who had it, and that's these are so rare that I can't find anybody that has them.
I bet you if you paid enough, you could.
Yeah, no, I did. I found.
People bring plants?
Yes, they're called plant swaps, and you just meet up with a bunch of people, and you all bring different plants.
Your PTR. Kind of sorry, a little slow today.
But in the first half. Oh yeah, no, it's great. Everybody, I mean, like we've edible plants, like if you want, I mean, anything, tomato plants, cucumber, anything that you can think of.
Venus flytrap?
So, I mean, sometimes those are more rare, but it's mostly more common plants or edible plants. Mojo knows all about that. He was talking about edible flowers. He said he told somebody to eat flowers earlier. I was so happy.
No, hold on. That was
a bag.
This is true, Moose. That was Michael Yap, actually. I don't want to take credit for Michael Yap. Michael Yap's shtick on it.
News Talk is online. News Talk is a production.
Oh, well, I think that it's such a brilliant, amazing. I love people who say eat flowers. It assumes for me that you know about edible landscaping, and that's so amazing.
It's ironic, the guy, I don't think it was flowers, it was berries, the infamous story of the Harvard grad, who, there's a whole movie about it, Into the Wild, where he goes on this journey to find himself, and he eats berries and dies. 22, 23, Harvard grad.
He ate the berries. Were they poisonous?
Indeed, they were.
Jeez.
This is pre-internet, so he couldn't just Google it.
He had a book that he was looking at where he was trying to determine if it was good or not, and he made a mistake. He made one mistake while it was out there.
Holy shit. What was this called? Into the Wild?
Into the Wild, based on the book, I think. Eddie Vedder does the whole soundtrack, Sean Penn directed. It's good.
Hey, I tried to put in a chat a video of Gary Baumgarten and Brent debating on Clown House, and I gotta say, if you want an example of a difficult conversation to listen to, this would be the video of Gary and Brent arguing. It's pretty funny.
Hey, nonsense. Anonymous. Did you do a reading earlier today? Because I missed it and I was so upset.
We did.
The Tao Te Ching? Is that it, Anonymous?
I recognize that voice.
That's a good voice.
There's Roger's future ex-wife.
I don't believe in divorce.
So, Roger, the poll, you would have put economy before education?
Yeah, of course.
You know, Bima, you can go on Mojo. You can go on Mojo's profile.
The quote is accurate, right? It's the economy, stupid. I should have done that, but...
Correct. The only thing more important than the economy is love.
Amen. That's the best. Can we get a replay? Can someone cut that? Wait. That is so good.
Bima, get a hold of yourself. You're getting rather excited over there.
Can I make it clear, without making it overly awkward to the woman of my desires, that I was not referring to Bima when I was saying these words.
So it's Monica first, Bima second, and me.
Kristen, you were in front of Bima just in case you wanted to know where you're at on it.
No, I'm not. If I'm second and a half, then there's got to be number 2.
I told you were number 3. There is definitely a number 2, but there is a wide gap between 2 and 1.
Yeah, Kristen, I think it's all the ladies, including you, and then all the men, and then Bima on Roger's list.
That's more like it.
So who's
I have to agree. Well done.
Bima, who would you put as the one who fits your policy the best out of everyone in this room?
I would have to say right now, men or women.
Just anyone.
Well, I don't know Moose, and I haven't heard much of Devin, but I like Devin. So I would have to say, and I haven't heard much of Brian either. So Brian is a curiosity to me, Moose, Devin, but I would have to say you're definitely my number 1 right now.
Me?
Oh yeah.
Well, hold on. Can I just share this with you, Bima? As much as that might have flattered him, he would still put Joe B, who's like 87, in front of you.
I'm sure he would.
God damn it, Joe B's in here. She heard that. I was just kidding, Joe B.
Tall Lady is in the audience. Tall Lady is top 10 in my Clubhouse fave list, and that's not inconsiderable. I mean, that's considerable. That's
Scarlet Tutis. Where do I rank on the list?
Yeah, probably shouldn't have said that.
Yeah,
and I just happened to glance down in the audience. I didn't see. A shout out to Sean B and Weeby, 2 other minds that I really enjoy. Yeah, and Marty too. I like Marty down there too. Yeah.
Bima, let me ask you a question. If you were president of the United States or head of the Federal Reserve,
that wouldn't happen. But go ahead.
I'm just asking, how would you optimize the economy?
I mean, and the Fed.
Wow, that's not a bad answer.
That would have been Marilyn Monroe impersonation.
But Bima, let me ask you this. Hold on. Let's say that the Fed was ended. Let's say the whole government was ended. Bima, can you explain to the people here when there's no government left in the United States, where those 5,500 nuclear weapons, who would have those? Who would control the nuclear weapons?
I would defer that to much more intelligent people that would be able to organize and figure that out.
That doesn't sound like you've got a very good plan here. It sounds like you haven't thought about who's going to have the nukes.
I mean, like that's the point of a decentralized, state of society. It's to say like, hey, look, why don't we talk about who has the best ideas, and then let's do that, right? And the best part is it's voluntary. It's not like by force, violent by force, as you see in a federal constitutional republic, which I'm not, terribly upset about. I do appreciate it for what it's done.
I got a question for you, Dina. If you don't have a government, who's going to protect black people in your society?
To single out any type of individual, that doesn't even make sense.
This is Anna. Give me a call back if you're.
It goes like the idea of a voluntarist society is to not use violent back coercion on people, right?
Hey, Ross, you said we need government protection, and that would be like beat up or killed or something. That's weird.
Well, it seems to me that if you're going to protect individual freedom and extend that to all individuals, you probably need a government that has the authority to make those protections. Otherwise, what would keep a band of marauders? Like, imagine like a village of Pepes that hate black people. What would you do to make sure that this village of Pepes doesn't try to trample on the rights of black people?
It's called guns and bullets.
Facts.
What if the battle was in the water?
What if the battle is in the water?
Hakima, would you like to be the one to tell her?
Well, I don't know what you mean.
When this conversation's over, I would love.
Sorry, Charlie.
No, I interrupted you guys, so go ahead and finish this conversation. But if you have a question for Tall Lady, I'll shoot it in the chat so y'all can keep going.
I was gonna tell Mojo he gotta spread his own lacy jokes. One step by one.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Can you repeat that? I didn't know if you're cutting out. What was that, Hakima?
I think Hakima was saying that the stereotype of black people not being able to swim is incorrect.
I know for me, and the most people I know is incorrect.
You're a swimmer? When we're done with this survey, can we get a survey that asks if we think that Hakima is a strong swimmer?
Absolutely, we can take it down right now. It was just a filler poll.
I got a filler poll.
I'm just gonna stop talking. That's it.
Hakima, did you say that you're a stronger swimmer than I am?
Yep.
Oh, wow. It's amazing.
Roger, were you in the reading room today?
Yes, but I went last because my reading comprehension level is the lowest of the room.
How about a poll that says,
What? What does the poll say?
who can vote for who would be able to save who's swimming? Can Hakima save Roger? Or can Roger save Hakima, one of them drowning?
Who would save them? Not could they? Who would save them?
Physical capabilities.
I have saved 4 people from drowning, including like a 350-pound white dude who jumped in the middle of fucking 12 people.
I don't know.
It's looking good for Hakima, Roger. It's looking really good.
Wait, hold on. This is like lefties. They hear one side of the argument and they've made up their mind. Here's the other side of the argument. When's the last time you've seen a world-class water polo team that was all black?
Oh, fat people. Whoa, that just means we got better shit to do with our time. Like play basketball or football.
Now that is stereotypical. That's bordering on racist there, Hakima.
Why? I mean, saying what we like to do. We like to play basketball and football.
Okay, new poll.
Damn. All bags on Hakima. Oh, so what was the reading? What did how many verses did you do? And like what did you get through to as a
We got through a third of the book, and
Really?
yeah, got through a third.
So can I ask a question? I'd like to ask Roger. Excuse me, Mojo. Mojo Jojo. What is
Is this a manic episode? Should we be concerned?
Manic Monday. So,
what's your question?
From the reading, thank you. From the reading, how many of those principles would you be able to apply to what Israel is doing currently?
Well, I think the first principle I would put is that you shouldn't try to control them. The fact that you want to control what Israel does would put you in violation of the principles of the Tao.
Fabulous deflection, but the question was what Israel is doing. So I'm a third party, or it doesn't matter what I think. What Israel is doing. How many of those, master principles could you apply to what Israel is its current policy? And we can, pretend that we're all in support of what Israel is doing right now. And there's no genocide, and they're defending themselves, okay? So if we use that baseline, how many of those principles line up with the current policy?
I would say there's very strong alignment with the good people of Israel when it comes to the Tao. The main thing is that we have to accept that you can't change things. You just have to accept things the way that they are. This is the Tao.
I think I got my answer. I think that answer is none. I'm pretty sure. I mean, you didn't get through the whole book, so I'll ask again when it's finished.
Yeah, you simply can't have your cake and eat it too.
Hold on. That is the stupidest fucking saying. Why couldn't you buy a cake, eat a cake? In fact, in what situation would you buy a cake and not eat a cake? It makes no sense to fucking that saying. That's got to be a white person saying. Akima, correct me if I'm wrong.
I am a white person. I guarantee you came from England. I'm betting on it.
Roger, you have to say the quote right. You can't eat your cake and have it too is the correct quote.
Damn it, Joe, with your reality facts.
Jesus Christ. So what you're saying is Necro got it wrong.
Most people get it wrong. They say it backwards.
Wait, how did I say it backwards?
It's the OG of this misinformation.
Well, wait, what's the right way of saying it?
You can't eat your cake and have it too. It means you've eaten it, it's gone, so you can no longer have it.
And you also can't have it if you eat it.
I didn't write the quote.
I believe the idea, Necro, is that it's chronological matters. Chronological order matters.
Who told us that we were having that quote wrong?
Joe did.
Joe, you get an ad, man. You solved one of the most irritating, and I love cliches. I was always frustrated with that quote because it made no sense. And when you said it, I had to grok it, and it's beautiful. Thank you, Joe.
I'm just surprised. My pleasure.
I'm just surprised you hadn't run across the true way it was said before it started.
Brian, you knew it, and you were holding out on me these last 4 years.
Yeah, I just thought it was common sense. My bad.
Well, but that's because you feed us. You're a farmer. You provide, you have the common sense of being a man of the land. So I can't blame you that I was ignorant. Thank you. We should do a whole room on that. Cliches and quotes that don't make sense, and do origin stories to find out why.
The other good room is
music lyrics that people think they are and what they actually are.
Like Hold Me Closer, Tony Danza?
Yeah, I want Tony Danza. That's the best song ever.
Hurts So Good by John Mellencamp.
He doesn't really say that?
No, he does actually.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
My eyes are tortured instead of my eyes adored her.
Oh, no.
Something like a deuce. Keep going. I interrupted you, Jules.
Hey, Roger, I was surprised that no one really gave you a good answer for your question about if the country was decentralized, who would gain control of the nuclear weapons.
They don't have a good answer for that because they're anarchists and anarchists are dumb.
I would say most likely the military is my answer in one form or another. I think it'd be that over, say, UN control. That's just in a simple answer form.
Yeah, but let me ask you this, Sean. If the military kept their weapons, how are you going to overthrow the government?
It's true, but pretty much, I mean, in a lot of countries where countries are decentralized, and I'm just trying to think of...
Name one.
Egypt, possibly, at a certain point, Egypt became militarized as a country there for a while. I don't know if they still are. I don't really pay attention to Egypt. Would that be a good
military
example?
coup against Saddam in the 70s, right? 80s, late 70s.
I mean, I'm asking. I just have been thinking about that question. I think it's a good question.
I have a question.
That would be.
I have a question for Bina. If anarchy is such a good idea, how come nobody's trying it?
I just think it's, like one of those short-sighted, trained, indoctrinated programmings, and we just continue to pass that down, right? Because we could say, why didn't anybody choose a federal constitutional republic, 1,000 years ago? Why haven't we been doing that forever? You know what I mean? I think it's just a little bit, also, this is interesting, and I don't actually have an answer to this because it goes back and forth, but do you believe that our morality as humans, like humanity as a whole...
Did you say humans or humans?
I'm not sure. What did I say? Humanity as a whole? Do you believe
that
morality...
Are you saying humanity or are you saying humanity?
Humanity.
Well, those would be sheep people.
Hold on, wait a second. So do you believe morality evolves? Do you think that we've evolved with our moral, underpinnings of what we believe society, you know what I mean? Do you think that it's...
Well, we don't do any public hangings anymore, so I would say yes.
You know why we don't do public hangings anymore? The real story is because of botched hangings. It was never banned or outlawed. It was because of botched hangings that we stopped hanging people.
What about public shootings?
We still do that. It was done in Utah. Was it North or South Carolina? Where was the other one?
It's a firing squad, but I'm not sure
it's a firing squad.
Yeah. I don't think it's public.
Well, actually,
I heard it's not public, but it is bizarre that you can
It's not
still...
in the streets.
Yeah, it was the guy in death row, if I'm not mistaken, who killed that young mother 30 years ago. He actually requested a firing squad.
Can we go back to Bina's question about, does humanity evolve? I think that
morality.
Yeah, I think the civilized societies do evolve, but if you take a pedophile death cult that's 1,000 years old, they haven't evolved much. They still want to fuck kids.
Oh, Roger, that's such terrible Islamophobia and bigotry and hatred. That's just fear speaking, Roger. That's not your true self, Roger. That's hate speech, Roger.
So this is the question. Do you believe that morality has evolved? We see, anarchist societies. Well, I'm not sure it goes deep enough into the what we know and how we know, and there have been mutualist societies, anarchist societies throughout time.
Name the one that thrived the most.
I don't know which ones thrive the most, but Kropotkin.
Wouldn't that be a good thing to examine if we're going to advocate for a society? Shouldn't we look back at history and you're going to say, hey, we should look back to these societies. Which one thrived the most? Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah, because it was just a long time ago. Like we're talking, like hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Just few, not enough documentation. You know what I mean?
So why are you convinced it would work then if you don't know anything about it?
Well, I mean, I don't think that's a good argument to say it's not going to work, right? For the same reason that we're going to say.
What the fuck are you doing?
Who? Which one?
Unfucking believable.
Can I name some anarchist communities that have been fairly successful in the past 100 years, perhaps? So
Can we just get a check on David real quick? David, are you okay? Sorry, Eleni.
Yeah, I'm okay. It was up.
Oh.
I hope that was a crap stealer that didn't pay out full odds. That was it.
We never on film. So I wish John would there to record it.
The guy who requested firing squad was Jack Henry Abbott. The book was The Executioner. There is a book, The Executioner's Song, Letters from Jack Henry Abbott to Norman Mailer. I read the book. It was pretty good.
So I was going to say, so ones that are still sort of operational.
What are you going to say, Catalonia?
That was 1930s.
Catalonia still exists. Catalonia still exists.
Not as much, but like the most successful part was sort of between 1936, 37.
Are you familiar with Catalonia?
Yes, I just told you the years in which it was first. Yes.
Hold on, real quick.
Let me finish my thought.
Well, I will, but I want to just ask you a question. Are you familiar with their tradition of the Kagane and their nativity scene?
No.
So the Kagane is the shitter. They have a character within their nativity scene that squats and takes a shit, and it's kind of that like soft swirl shit that you get out of like a McDonald's like freezy thing if it was working. But go ahead, you were saying something far more important. Go ahead.
Chocolate right now, Roger. In Korea, among like certain Korean refugees, this was also in the 1920s, 30s, but in Copenhagen, there's been like a very long-running sort of self-governing commune.
How many people live there? How many people live there?
I'll have to check, but it's a small community. And they've been running since the 1970s. I'm not making an argument for or against it.
No, this is good. No, listen, you sound like an intelligent person. You're well-read. I'd like to think of you as a man of letters. I'm just curious, though. Would you agree with me that in a country of 350 million people with a sophisticated system of infrastructure and government intertwined in every aspect of our fucking lives and a military that has nuclear capabilities, do you think that type of society could collapse into anarchy and be okay?
But you're conflating the sort of normal definition of anarchy with anarchism, the philosophical idea. So it's for something to descend into anarchy. This is not what anarchism is. Anarchism doesn't.
No, listen. I've written the books. Well, I was asking you a question, and then you refused the question because you wanted to get into this pedantic thing about what anarchy is. So let me define. Hold on one second. Just so everybody knows.
Okay. Well, maybe you don't wait to speak. I'll just leave it. It's fine.
Well, that's fine.
Carry on.
Yeah. You're not the star. Just so everybody knows, the definition that's used by anarchists is that it's no rulers. That's what they mean by no anarchy. They don't want government. They don't believe in a ruler. They do believe in rules, but they don't believe in
who wants to be the star. Oh gosh.
Well, I am.
You want
I am the star.
Do you want a podium?
No, well, I have a podium. What are you talking? I do have a podium. Hold on. All right, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna. We'll see. Let's see here. Hold on.
I thought this was a place where people talk, but anyway, go ahead. We're doing little.
No, go right ahead. Go ahead.
Little dick swinging contest.
You want the attention? It's all yours. Go ahead. What's up?
Nah, I'm not speaking. Yeah, this idiot.
Wow, why did you even say anything then, dude?
No, but like,
why do you say that and then just do that? That's stupid. That's like what chicks do.
No, this is idiocy. If you want a small group where you talk to your friends, that's fine. If you don't want people to come up, don't invite them up.
Given the stage, but you apparently wanted to throw a hissy fit. Stupid.
It's not hissy fit. You're an idiot. This is not how people talk. Like,
I'm not an idiot. You don't even know who I am.
I know who you are. You're an idiot.
Okay,
Making it personal doesn't help your argument. It brings down the other. Speaking of going down.
Maybe I didn't read the book, as I recall.
Is that talking about me? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
But I'm reading a review and it says that he committed suicide.
Hold on, Devin, hold on. I want to bring the star of the show back up. L. Nathan. L. Nathan, come tell us all about anarchy. Get up here. We got a poll in your honor, too. Get up here. Come on, L. Nathan. If that is your real name. This is what happens when you challenge an anarchist. It's funny.
I disagree.
You have to go down the thumbs.
Shown that he's an anarchist. We don't know if he's an anarchist, first of all. And two, this just goes to freedom of association. If you want to have civil dialogue, he set his boundaries. I respect him. I'm sorry, I would have liked to have heard you.
I would like to have heard him. I actually said I would like to hear him. I invited him up. He's refusing because he's afraid.
Yeah, Nathan, you're never likely to be anybody's professor.
I don't think he's afraid. He didn't sound afraid.
He said you wouldn't even in my class. Listen, I wouldn't pay money to go and get a fucking education to be taught by fucking morons like yourself. What are you gonna do? You're gonna tell me about these thriving anarchist communities? It's fucking amazing. Like, Jesus Christ, you guys hear yourselves?
Do you understand that that's like an appeal to, what is it? Is it an appeal to history, right? Like, you're saying that it's literally a logical fallacy, saying just because something hasn't been done in the past means that
Do you think appealing to reason is a bad idea?
To appeal to reason, well, I mean, not for the sake of just saying something is reason, but if there's actually reason in the reasoning, then sure. Bro.
Should absolutely be a fucking PSA of why young people should not use drugs. I don't get it.
I do not use any drugs. I'm a teetotaler.
Maybe
I'm a
that's
teetotaler, and actually I've been told that. But I do love begonias, specifically the Darth Vaderiana. If anyone knows where I could buy.
Is it edible? Is it an edible begonia?
No, but there are edible begonias. They're beautiful little pink ones. There's like the double pink Francises. They have a very sweet. You can put it on, salads and things.
For democratization of microphones, idiots like this who are nothing in real life enjoy this, but yet he takes the time to stay here and to put that message in. The irony is hard to ignore.
Listen, they're all here for the dopamine hit. I'm here for it. You're here for it. We all collect it in different ways. I think the issue is that Bima collects her dopamine. She overindulges. This is why you get ideas like anarchy. Bima, let's ask you a couple questions. So the collapse of the U.S. happens, and I know you don't want to talk about the idea of who gets the nukes. Can you explain to me, who would set age of consent laws if there was no government?
So the point is it's decentralized. So you all would. If you want to use the appeal to reason, okay. We've gotten to the point where we have a great structure. We understand the psychological damage on how their brains develop. So like obviously there's limits, and we can use, great with our science eyes and objectivity to incorporate. And so there are going to be better ideas. There's going to be lesser known ideas, or
take a breath. Take a breath.
Take a breath. Better and lesser.
Take a breath. I'm trying to help you.
You sound like you're so hungry.
Oh my God! Wait, I sound hungry.
Did you take any nitrous?
Wait, hold on. Why do you keep saying that, Moose? That is like such a it's a weird thing. Like, can we talk about how you know about this nitrous stuff? Where do you get it? How would I do it if I had it?
It just gives you the giggles.
I want
to go back to this thing. So
the people, the decentralized. Decentralized communities.
Where do they derive their authority?
They derive their authority from mutual reciprocation of agreements.
Okay. What if so this is the part about age of consent where you need a government, is because some people aren't old enough to even consent. And so how do you have mutual consent if you're not legally able to give consent?
Well, that's a good question. And, voluntarism, or, 10 years old, and they are able to take full accountability of their successes and failures. They're fully self-sustainable, raising in their own themselves, and are able to fulfill contracts, right? Who's to say that they shouldn't be able to be a part of the moral calculus, right? That's all that is. But I think for the most part, we already have a lot of great structure that we can agree to, and that we would say using reason. Yeah, that's a reasonable thing to do.
Can you pause right there? And I'm not even going to interject. I'll let you continue. Take your deep breath. I just want to ask people that were listening to that, was there anything within that resembled a point that you pulled out of it? I'd love to hear from the people in the chat if that made sense to anybody. And then we'll give it about 30 seconds, and then Bima, you can go ahead and talk more about how consent laws are just going to be, decided based on mutual respect with no authority. Amazing.
Yeah, it's just like, wait, hold on. No, we just need a moment, dude. We just need a moment to stop. Just like, I had something, it slipped away, and I could.
Yeah, you guys got to drink that one in. That was a good question.
Yeah.
Okay, Bima, you didn't like the question, so let me give you a different one. Okay, so if you have no government, and let's say you have these different territories, you have your little compound, I've got mine, how would an interstate highway get built cooperatively? If there was some old codger that said, "You're not going to put this road through my yard," would you just have to build the road around his house?
I mean, like, if you believe in private property, you want to be consistent, right?
I do.
Yeah, of course.
I do. I do.
You have to make it.
That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking you, in an anarchist society, how these decisions get made.
So I know you ask me this question all the time and you don't like the answer, but the idea is just to decentralize the power structure. So when there's better ideas that pop up, we can voluntarily associate and put our productive ability and our money into those ideas. And I don't think most people in the United States are irrational, right? So let's use just the United States. If you think they are, that's interesting, because there's still people that vote, and so the average American is irrational. Just out of curiosity. Yes. Absolutely. I mean, if most people are irrational, and then you believe that. I think we just solved the puzzle right now. That's irrational. rational people are voting, of course, the government's going to be trash.
Well, people in California are not rational, so there you go.
Wait, which
We're on
government?
fire right now, apparently.
The government now, the government then, which government exactly? Pockets.
Well, hold on. Before pockets go, I want to ask Bima to take a look at the question of the room. What would be preferable to the U.S. government? Reducing government, eliminating government, or more authoritarianism? What's your option?
Always eliminating government. Always. That's always the strategy.
All right, perfect. Let me see if you can get a co-signer. So she has nominated eliminating government. Does anyone want to co-sign with her on eliminating government? We've got nobody to second her motion. Nobody seconds her motion.
And who said that?
We got one. Perfect. All right, hold on. Now I want to find out who. Hold on. Let's see. I want to see. So the Greens, we've got Nye, we got Serenity, we got Shirley, we got David, we got Necro, we got Sean B, we got Devin, we got Father. Those are the Greens that are on the stage. I need 2 volunteers that believe reducing government is a better idea. Kima in one corner versus the reduce government folks in the other corner. Okay.
Reduce but not eliminate, to be clear, right?
Represents more authoritarianism, and Bima and Hakima can both first advantage. Just like in chess, whoever goes first has the advantage. So I want to make sure that I'm not using home court advantage here. So I want to give the position to you guys. Bima or Hakima, who wants to go first?
I'm sorry, I was a little distracted. Can you give me a bridge version, quick?
We're going to have a debate. I'm going to represent reducing government. You and Hakima are going to represent eliminating government. And Pockets, of all people, is going to represent more authoritarianism. So go ahead, Bima or best choice?
Because governments are nothing but corrupt. Every last one of them on the planet is corrupt. And they just funneling money up to the rich and robbing the middle class, creating the poor. And it's never going to change. It's going to dress it up in another package, no matter what, and they're going to steady fuck the people over, control the people. So I'm for no government, where we govern ourselves. I don't think it'll be some wild, wild west scenario. I think people will govern themselves and protect their families and do what they got to do. I think the world will be much better without some fucking corrupt ass government.
Okay. Hey, that's one man's opinion. Bima, if you want to add anything to that before we get to Pockets to represent the authoritarian position, go ahead, Bima.
I love what Hakeem is saying. I think that we, as human beings, have an incredible ability to innovate, create, and work things out. And I think the idea that, government is the necessary evil, I think that's honestly been a scam that a lot of people bought into, right? It was, I think most of the time it's actually the government and violent backed force and coercion against our will that causes the biggest atrocities, the wars, this collectivist diseased mentality, and the idea that there are people that have a moral authority over you is insane. I don't think that anyone in this room actually believes that, and that's why I would appeal to your better judgment and your true sensibilities to say, if you believe that you are the arbiter, the writer, the author of your life, that you should be able to make the decisions for what you do, for what you could deem moral and immoral, and what you'd like to, where you'd like to put your productive ability. I'd like to invite you to understand that coercive government, which is a federal constitutional republic, although not the worst, it's still a coercive institution that allow us to freely associate without violent backed coercion. We would live a more peaceful, a more creative, and I just think an overall better life. Thank you.
Okay. We just heard from Bima about the virtues of eliminating government. Pockets, you chose to represent more authoritarianism. Can you please give us your take on why more authoritarianism would be preferable?
So I feel like, as Americans, we have a lot of freedom, a little too much freedom to where we become violent, we become desperate, we become just a completely different type of person. So I feel like we need to crunch down on shit. I feel like we need to start respecting law and order, and law and order should be respecting us as well. I don't believe that getting rid of the police actually would be supporting them. And I believe that people just need to, crack down. There's so much fraud, so much freedom to do whatever we want. Like, we're literally frauding federal aid, we're frauding medical, we're frauding the most needed things in our country, and it's because we have that freedom to do so. And I feel like, things just need to be cracked down on. People are wild. And eliminating government, we are not a peaceful species. To be honest, we are a very violent species. We are animals, 100%. Territory is a thing, and people kill over it. So I feel like, when you're eliminating government, you're allowing the irrational to lead, and that's horrible. It's like the blind leading the blind. That's what I think.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Pockets, for your submission. And now for the contrarian view, the person that is going to represent reducing government, I give you Mojo. Okay, people. Now that we've gathered around and we've heard from the anarchists as well as the authoritarians, I'd like to speak to you about the fallacies of both of the arguments. I will start with Bima's submission. Bima had made the claim that she was against collectivism. The problem is the ideology she's representing is the most collectivist. In fact, left-leaning anarchy was born on the left, born out of the idea of collectivism. In fact, anarchists believe, and if you look globally, there are different versions of anarchists. There's the anarcho-capitalist, which is a very small number of people globally, although it's more popular here in the U.S. But from a global perspective, the majority of anarchists are left-leaning collectivists. They're actually communists. They're anarcho-communists. This is the majority of the school of thought. It's where it was born, is out of communism. So this idea that she rejects collectivism but wants to give you a system in which there's no checks on the power that her collective would have over you. I would submit to you that the best system of government is one where we limit power, where we have a standard, and that standard is individual rights. I would like to talk to you about John Stuart Mill, who wrote in On Liberty, the harm principle. You should be free to do what you want to do, provided that you don't harm anyone else. In order to do this, you have to allow for a lot of freedom. That being said, you need to curtail it when it comes to doing harm. And in order to curtail it, you have to have an authority that can make decisions. You have a legislative branch that can make laws. You have a police force that can apprehend criminals. And you have a judicial system with judges that can decide if somebody is innocent or guilty and be able to sentence them to a punishment. These are the things that we need to keep in mind when we start thinking about these amateurish ideas of collectivist thought, which is what anarchy is, that wants to eliminate government so they can live in a society where they can do whatever they please and they can infringe on anybody's rights. One of the most popular anarchists out there, you guys can look this up, Proudhon famously wrote a book titled Property is Theft. So for anyone that believes in the Lockean principles of freedom, life, liberty, and property, this is in direct contravention of those principles. And I would submit to you that the best way to be able to ensure that people have individual freedom is to have a limited scope government that has a standard to uphold that protects individual rights. If you have no government, you have no protection over those individual rights. And to Pockets, I don't think I even need to speak on this, which
that's a few reasons I can think of.
What would they've found a way to get out of paying taxes. Many of the taxes that you and I pay, the Amish don't have to because they claim a religious exemption. So they have thrown the yoke of government off of them. They have figured out how to live in a society that has a government and to live with the government having minimal intrusion in their life. So my question is, if you guys are so committed to being anarchists, why don't you move to Amish country?
I'm working on my own country.
The political ideology that they're giving you is only going to work until somebody with enough guns comes over and takes all of your freedom. And so for that reason, I remain firmly in the camp of reducing government, improving government, not eliminating government. This is not something.
I used to be friends with the sewer rat. Then I was like, no, I don't really want to be friends with this scumbag anymore. Actually, I blocked him when I stopped being his campaign manager.
Campaign manager?
For 2032.
I haven't. I think maybe he stopped following me because I don't.
No, I blocked him.
No, me, I'm saying. I don't think he's. I haven't seen him in the hallway. You know, you see people's names in the hallway.
You're not missing out much, are you?
No. It is funny though. If it's an African American room and he's in there, I'll go in.
Thing, and when Brad does it, it's not a fucking problem.
Doing that I ever can, but the idea.
I don't doubt that.
Thank you, Roger. But the idea is that it would look very similar. The only difference is there isn't coercion, right? There isn't a force that's going to make the decision to say we're going to do this or that because a particular percentage of the society decides to make these choices. It will be, listen, everybody is going to have to either pay into it and you're going to support it, or if you don't like it, you remove your predictive ability and you put it either in a competing institution, in something that's better, you fire, the changes come much more, they come quicker and they come faster. So the oversight, the accountability, the curtailing, all that's going to be there. It's just going to be extremely more effective, much more time efficient. There's going to be immediate decisions, right? It doesn't have to be caught up in all the legislative red tape, right? And also the left-leaning,
and there's more.
Of course, right? So the societies, I had mentioned that Kropotkin had talked about a bunch of societies in his one of his essays, and he mentions, there's multiple, and there was indigenous societies, there was Christian communities, right? The medieval guilds, the Icelandic Commonwealth in 1930, right? And there were multiple Christian communities. So even if you're a Christian, right? Those I don't know why that wouldn't be appealing to you. So the Apostolic Church, the Pauline communities, I don't know.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, anything for you.
So I've heard you make the comment a few times while you were explaining this that, immediate decisions to be made, immediate response. Who's making those decisions though if there's no government?
So it's not that. Okay, so we use the term, I'm sorry, Serenity, the word government, we say it's not government. There's still going to be a governing structure. The only difference is it's not coercive. So there's going to be a government, there's going to be a governing structure in an organization. It's just that when that organizing structure is there, it's because everybody that's there absolutely has given explicit consent. Because if they didn't want to continue to participate and support it, they immediately can withdraw their consent at any time, right? So that's the only difference. So there's going to be government, and there is going to be structure. There's going to be, just like as a business would run, same thing.
May I ask a question? So the anarchist position is typically that you need to end the monopoly of force that the government has. And the answer to that is essentially the democratization of force, where everybody can initiate force should they choose to. Now, my question for you is, in this society where you indicated you had this vision where you believed that if it made sense, we would just keep the military intact because that would be in everybody's rational best interest. I think that's what you meant to say. My question for you would be, what about these anarchists that believe that they would be safer if they had their own little community of defense folks, and they decided, well, in order to best defend ourselves, we need a nuclear weapon. Do you think in your society that you and your family and maybe your neighborhood, maybe you've got like a little neighborhood watch cul-de-sac somewhere like in Alabama or something like that. I don't know where you live, but let's just picture that it's in Alabama. It helps for people with a visual. And you're in a cul-de-sac and you and your neighbors are anarchists. If you decide that you want a nuclear weapon, what's the authority that would tell you that, no, Bima, you can't have a nuclear weapon?
I mean, so my best answer to this would be for the same reason that we as a society don't believe that there should be nuclear weapons around. I think the world is pretty concrete on that. The thing is something like a nuclear weapon is the complete antithesis of freedom, right? Because it's an indiscriminate weapon. It's an indiscriminate tool. It's going to, it creates a harm, not by self-defense, but by massive force, violent force specifically. And that's what we're trying to do by decentralizing the monopoly on force. So the large majority of people are going to reject that, and they're just not going to allow that to happen.
But my question is, who has the authority to tell you in an anarchist society that you can't have a nuclear weapon?
So the thing is like I said, because it's an indiscriminate weapon, society is going to operate off of, listen, you're a peaceful person, don't... Hey,
hold on, I'm going to pause this. Hey, Anonymous, can you stream Amir's room into here right now?
Yeah, I can't, well, yeah.
I hear it's going crazy. Can you please stream it? Sorry, Bima, this takes precedent.
Actually, I cannot, because this is my anonymous account.
Fired. You're fired.
All right, Bima, back to anarchy.
What's going on in Amir's room?
You know, if there's any real in the muff patriots and you have a burner account right now is your time to go into Amir's room and give Mojo that extra dopamine bump he's looking for.
Bima is experiencing FOMO for Amir's room.
Bima, did you say what's wrong with Amir's room?
No, I said what's going on in it.
Well, you know, it's typical hate mongers.
Do they need backup?
Why, you want to go join their hate circle?
Amir is not a hateful person.
Okay. Anybody want to contradict that statement?
I don't think he's a mean person either.
Back to the debate. Jesus Christ.
Not a mean person. He's a terrorist promoter, a potential terrorist. He platforms hate speech, and he's obnoxiously annoying and low IQ. But, you know, you can go in his room and say whatever you want about the Jews, about murdering them, about creating terrorism. It doesn't matter. He'll listen to it. He loves it. The worse, the better it is for him.
Cool stuff, bro. So, Bima, who would handle the allocation and usage thereof of nuclear weapons if there's no government?
Thank you. I'm going to answer that, Moose. But I just want to counter that for Anonymous. Anonymous, he also gives stage to anybody else. Like, he prides himself in being able to...
Okay, you're going to force me to have to go into his room so you can get a quick little sample, okay?
Well, listen, I want to go on record right now, and I would really caution you to back yourself away from this, because this guy's literally going to go to jail someday for this shit that he does. And I don't think this is the friend circle that you need.
It's safer in the muff, Ann.
Okay.
I can listen to it on, because he's blocked me from all my other accounts.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that I'm not surprised that Bima would support the terrorist Amir, that's pretty shocking.
I didn't say that I supported him. I said that I haven't heard him say that. But I do.
I've never heard him say that. I've been doing this for a while.
He's an IRG operative, for Christ's sake.
What is
to marry 8-year-old girls and supports terror cells around the fucking globe to kill Jews. That's who they are.
He gets his room titles every day.
I didn't know what it stood for.
You guys, the terrorist Amir is talking all kinds of crazy shit.
Norm would be able to tell you that.
Turn those people in to the fucking authorities. I mean, like, honestly, like, this is fucking crazy. You terror sympathizers are fucking something else.
Well, hold on a second, Mojo. Let's do a quick diagnostic here. And I'm going to give you a very simple diagnostic question to see if you're tracking. What is one?
You gotta get some new lines. You can't, like, use the same one twice.
No, I mean, that's a very simple question. I didn't even ask engineering a problem. I'm reverse engineering a future problem here, that people get angry over what people say here, but then when you ask a simple diagnostic like what is 100 times 1,000 and they can't answer that, you have to question yourself, why am I getting ticked off about this person who...
That problem was too complicated for Bima because there was too many numbers. Bima, we could try a different one. How about the square root of 25?
5!
Well, she got that one. We're going to have to work up to 100 times 1,000. She was proud of that one.
Horrible. No, I like him. I think that he's very reasonable.
Of course you think that, because you hate fucking Jews and so does he.
Oh, do you know what though? Roger lip being slapped, you know, I like that, but no.
Shocker that you think that Amir, the terrorist simp, is a good guy. Shocker.
Do you know he's never given me a reason to believe otherwise. I also really appreciate his dedication to providing source material. Like, he doesn't just...
How about just the titles of his room? That alone.
Just for future reference. 100 times.
I think what did I say? Like 500,000 or something stupid. I was like, add the zeros, but then I said like 5 zeros was like 100 times 1,003. That's 5 zeros, and I said like, but I messed up. But yeah.
That's just math in my head either, but that one was pretty easy, I have to say.
Yeah.
You got played on that one. You're very intelligent. I won't take that away from you.
Oh, Sean. Thank you. It might just be my voice, maybe not the intelligence. But I
could play a role, you know.
Everybody should grab one worksheet.
Look, Marshall, listen, I am a simp. I don't know if I can say that. Is there like a female version for Marshall? This is the gentleman of the app, just consistent with an encyclopedia of information. Doesn't ever get out of pocket with logical fallacies of insult and attack, always giving high quality commentaries. Marshall, I adore you. Thank you for being my hope. And
I really like you too, Nina.
You're amazing. See, listen to that voice. And it's angelic. See, sometimes when Roger talks, no, not Roger. My begonias actually surprisingly like Roger. When Brad talks, my begonias start to wilt. And I'm not even kidding.
Begonia?
Yes, all my begonias. I have many, many begonias. Many, many, many. You want to see my begonias?
I have begonias were allowed in the month. Maybe I have
about 150, approximately, genuses of, or is it species? I think it's species. The genus is the begonia, the begoniaceae. Okay, you help me out. But anyway, I have a lot of begonias, and they're beautiful. But when Brad talks, his intonation, like the vibration, everything like just starts to turn away and wilt and curl up, and there's like just
it's horrible. But when Marshall talks, they perk up. They are excited. They want more. They feel like that angelic, like, wow, give me more. Marshall, thank you.
Brad said something funny, and you know that Roger, you missed it. Now, I don't know if anyone remembers the exact words he said, but he said something about shoving cucumber sandwiches down someone's mouth. It was hilarious. I was laughing so hard. I was down below losing my shit. It's funny as hell. Brad is hilarious when he goes on. I don't know why it hurts your ears. He is funny as hell. He's a comedian. You should just go on stage and just talk shit to every single individual on the damn stage or on the floor. Listen to him. It's funny.
Joe, you took action at me in the chat, and you know, I like you. And so, and you hurt my feelings. But could you do me a favor, Joe? When the next time I do it, because Joe said that I commit logical fallacies, and I'm not going to deny it, but Joe, would you be my hero? And the next time it happens, just like
you claim that hold on. You claim that you oppose the initiation of force upon peaceful people, and yet you do rooms talking non-stop shit about the IDF. When's the last time you did a room where you condemned Hamas for initiating force against Israel? I feel like you tend to leave that one out.
So I'm going to be honest, and I probably shouldn't be honest and vulnerable in this room because usually that's taken and weaponized against me. Do you know what? I'm just going to save it.
That's fine. I think people know who you are. Norm, tell us about Amir's room. Norm, tell us about Amir's room.
I have my audio.
It's good, but before you do, just understand that Bima and Ann here were saying that would have swell felt. But go ahead.
No, well, that's not true. So Bima said that she likes Amir, and all I said is that Amir, I agreed that Amir was not a mean person. But Norm has witnessed me taking the stage of Amir's room and actually back-channeled me and told me what a wonderful job that I did.
And she was very, very light touch, not the way a guy would do it. She just sort of lured them in, and then kaboom, with their terrorism and their Jew hate.
But Bima and Ann were saying that these guys that Amir does not hate Jews. That was the claim.
I didn't say that either.
The most Jew-hating group I've.
Wait, hold on. Ann, are you now gonna walk back? We have this stuff streamed.
No, that's fine. The only thing that I said was that I didn't think she was a mean person, and that's.
So you don't think it's mean to want to kill Jews?
Well, and I also said that I never heard him say that. However, if you listen to what just Norm said when I'm in there, I say my opinion and I call out their shit. But I've been in there.
He doesn't believe Jews should exist, and how is that not mean?
I don't want to argue with Dan, Roger, because there's something more. I mean, I'm joking. There's something more important that I want to say. I don't know if you want to post the link that I sent to back channel in the top of the room.
We're about to stream it into
concepts that you
so
people, because for example,
I'm just gonna.
Or if they bring someone into questioning, it's merely for a few reasons. Think 24 hours, 48 hours, and then for terrorism can be slightly longer once they go to special courts. 4 years is a long time to do something with someone with no charge.
Generally, a charge sheet should be brought,
After 1 second, I just want to say within 16 days.
That was the Professor Nathan who was in this room before.
I have to get this off my chest. They were literally sex trafficking in this room. You heard me correct. I heard it with my own ears. They were literally doing prostitution. They had somebody come up, and the guy said he goes to Dubai and Switzerland.
Norm, pause right there.
Yeah.
Those are strong accusations, Norm.
Hold on. Pause right there. Ann says that he's not a hateful person. So go ahead, Norm.
The IDF and United States rescued a
probably for 10 years. This is 10 years of sex trafficking. They arrested. I didn't do was arrested last year. I sent you the link from the BBC and Al Jazeera articles back channels. Well, now I heard it with my own ears. And I'll swear on a stack of Torahs, these guys were literally discussing their sex trafficking. And then the fellow said, and then when I wanted to get rid of her, I told her that I was Jewish so that she would spit on me. This is what they, and then, again, sorry, yeah, I did. I don't even know what to say.
Why doesn't everybody just report that room right now? Everybody in this room report that room.
Well, I think what we're going to do is get informed to the FBI, and we might even send a note that says that they're friends with certain people.
Yeah, let's fucking go. It's about time. Let's fucking go.
Literally mass extermination of Jewish people in that room for weeks, and I've been on and on like this, but this is